if he doesn't like the answer from the 9 judges.
Wendy, do you think that it will get to the Supreme Court? We were debating whether or not they would take it up if it got there.
It's always hard to tell what the Supreme Court will do. I have no doubt that if the 9-judge panel agrees with the 3-judge panel, that Trump will appeal it all the way to the Supreme Court. And it's one of those basic, fundamental constitutional questions that, frankly, the Supreme Court would probably be interested in taking up, because it will determine once and for all whether a president has immunity. Now, a president, we've never faced this before, first of all, but also Trump is arguing, based on a 1982 Supreme Court decision, that in civil cases, a president is immune from civil lawsuits for acts he took as president. But a civil lawsuit and a criminal indictment are 2 very different things.
So lots of questions here. One of them is just timing, Wendy. Do we have any framework for how the 1, possibly 2 appeals would take?
We don't. He has, former President Trump has until Monday to file an appeal, or to say he's going to appeal, I think. So he has till Monday to do that. Then we don't know how long it would take the full court to decide, and then the Supreme Court may or may not take its time, depending on how complicated the issue is. I like to think that these courts would not act based on politics, and there's no reason to think they would. So they may just see the case as easy and decide quickly, or they may decide to take more time. But either way, the clock is ticking toward the November election.
Wendy, let's just play it out for a second. So let's just say that this sticks in whatever way, and he's not granted criminal immunity. Then what? Like, what does that do to the November election?
Well, what it does do is allow Jack Smith, the Justice Department special prosecutor, to move forward with his case, charging Trump with responsibility for the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol in 2021. And Jack Smith says he's ready to go and would like to do this case quickly. So presumably, if the courts act in time and the question of immunity is settled so that a trial can go forward, then we could be looking at a trial on that case before the election.
So is there any consensus in Washington about how this will play out here? Because it doesn't seem very good for the former president, just from my read, which is totally uninformed.
No, well, it's not. It doesn't look like it's going to be good for the president. The laws are pretty clear, and the argument that Trump is basing his appeal on, that he's immune from civil lawsuits, has no application to the criminal statutes. So, you know, it doesn't look like it's going to get any better the higher up he goes in the judicial system, but one never knows. Different judges see different things.
Wendy, how does this play with voters? Because clearly his base is going to assume that he's being unfairly prosecuted anyway. So that in some ways helps the base. We see every time there's a new indictment, he gets a load of fundraising money. So who does this actually sway in terms of voters?
This doesn't sway, well, it doesn't sway voters either way. People who don't like Donald Trump think he should be prosecuted. People who, a lot of Trump supporters do believe that this is politically motivated. They buy his line and campaign rallies that this is a quote-unquote witch hunt. And so this is just another step in that road toward that. However, our recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll published last week said that 53% of voters in the important swing states would not vote for Trump if he were convicted of a crime. And that includes 1 in 4 Republican voters in swing states. So if he is convicted, that really could damage his re-election prospects.
All right, Wendy, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you for jumping on with us. Wendy Ben Jamison, a Bloomberg Washington senior editor, on that story. I don't know. I think anything's going to get so political. It's going to be so hard to see the forest and the trees.
Yeah, I just don't know how the timing is going to work, and just a lot of hurdles there. But moving forward, I guess, is kind of the story.
Well, let's stay with D.C. for a second.
Yep.
So the FAA Administrator, Mike Whitaker, is on Capitol Hill today, and he'll be talking about the latest Boeing news and how the FAA is going to have a little bit bit more oversight. And just to add some color to this, Spirit Aerospace is on their earnings call right now. They weren't able to give guidance because of what's going on with Boeing. They say that their goal, yay, is to have zero production deficits. That's good goal, thank you. They say they're fully aligned with Boeing. They plan to have more automation of some manual tasks. They've added inspectors, assessed plug sequence with Boeing. Like, they're doing all the right stuff. And they have made progress, they say, in stabilizing the 737 production in the fourth quarter. So what does this all mean? Like, do we want FAA regulators like getting involved more Boeing planes? Is it better? Is it worse? They were already involved. It's confusing.
I don't know. But George Ferguson, he knows. He might know. He covers all this aerospace and airline stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. George, what's the latest here? What changes do you think may come to the FAA, may come to Boeing?
What we heard from Whitaker in some of his initial comments was that rather than auditing Boeing's safety, they're going to have a physical presence on the line, and that they would push some of that presence down into Spirit Aerosystems. I suppose that means they'd push it also into other suppliers. I mean, I frankly think it's a good thing, right? I think that clearly right now the way the system is set up, it's not working well. We've talked about it. I think it's largely due to turnover. As we went through the pandemic, I think we've lost a lot of talent at these companies. But so clearly we're having a breakdown in the manufacturing process, and I think the FAA is here to regulate, and I think this is something that puts the long-term health of the U.S. aerospace business at risk, and they're here to help protect that, right? And so putting them down in the line, I think, is a positive. It may slow things down, but I think for a good reason, so that you get quality through there, and folks can trust the products coming out of Boeing and other U.S. aerospace suppliers.
Why weren't FAA regulators already there and have a physical presence?
Well, so, I mean, I think they were largely handling things from an audit standpoint, right? Reviewing processes and certification. I think that they've been stretched thin through the pandemic as well. They haven't had enough, workers as well, a lot of turnover. And I think also, I think this business was a simpler business if you go back 20 or 30 years ago. I know that's a long way to go, especially when I'm talking to people in financial markets. Yeah. But if you go back 20, 30 years ago, the supply chains didn't stretch as far. They were a lot more domestically focused, a lot more vertically integrated, and that's been changed dramatically over the last number of years. And I think Boeing got on the cutting edge of that when they built the 787, and I think that's created some challenges here. And now I think the regulator as well as the manufacturer has to figure out how they can manage such a far-flung supply chain and make sure quality comes through on the line. So I think the world's a little bit different, and that's one of the reasons why it's changing.
What's that mean for the economics of Boeing? I mean, there's a school of thought out there that maybe 10, 20 years ago they kind of maybe made the choice to focus a little bit more on shareholders than maybe on the engineering of the company, engineering pedigree, and that's arguably worked out well for shareholders. Is there a sense that they maybe went too far and might have to kind of retrench a little bit?
I think there is a sense that they went too far, right? I remember going to meetings with the old CEO McNerney and even Muhlenberg a couple CEOs ago, and they'd get into the meeting with the analysts and talk about how they had a cash-generating machine, and I think that's really great, But at the end of the day, these are engineering businesses and manufacturing businesses, and I think they've got to look again at investing in the people that build these aircraft. It's not like an auto plant where you have a lot of capital equipment in there. You've got robotics, you've got jigs and everything like that will really help support workers that maybe aren't as trained as an aerospace worker. Aerospace has a lot less of that. The volumes are lower. The work is a lot more. It can be complex. It can be very specific. So much so that you can't get a capital tool on it or a machine on it. And so you really need a seasoned workforce there, well-trained workforce. And I think that's where they need to be, right? They need to get reinvested back in that workforce and in that process.
I have a really dumb question, so excuse the dumb question. Why is it so hard? Like, I understand that building big things that carry people is difficult, but doing it well shouldn't be hard for a Boeing and an Airbus. They're the only two guys who do it. So, like, where have they gone so wrong? They have to sort of drill down this much.
Well, I guess I would say it's so hard because the tolerances are so tight, right? Meaning,
Okay.
you can't make a mistake in this business, right? You and I go to work, I can make a problem in a spreadsheet. It's okay, I'll probably figure it out in a couple hours or something like that. You can make a bad car, and when it breaks down, you pull it to the side of the road and you get the tow truck. It's not the end of the day. This is a zero tolerance for defects business, and that means every little miss is noticed, and that's why I think it's so hard.
Fair enough.
Is Boeing, are they taking new orders now? How is it day to day for them? Are they still
Their backlog's still huge,
selling
I
stuff?
think,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, they're absolutely open for business taking orders. I haven't seen many orders flow through lately. I have heard some customers like Ryanair that are always looking for a good deal say that if anybody doesn't want their airplanes, they're willing to take them. But I mean, on the sales side, absolutely, I think they're open for business. And on the manufacturing side, that's the challenge here too, is they're not going to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
They're building at a 38 rate. They've got to do that as well as possible while improving it. And then, we're going to wait and see what what changes the FAA may want as they get involved here. But they're still running the business while they try to make these improvements.
Because, I mean, for an airliner, for example, like, you put in orders and it's like years in advance, right? So, like, they kind of have to stay in the queue. But if the deliveries are pushed out, what airlines have enough of, like, old planes that they can still do the stuff?
So the global airline fleet, like, I could take the next couple hours to talk you through it, but
You got, like, 90 seconds?
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them that have older fleet that can rely on it. Right now, there's been no change to Boeing's build strategy. They're building at the 38 that they broke to at the end of last year, and if this FAA, analysis takes longer than 6 months, maybe we get into a situation where Boeing can't go to the next build rate that they had projected as they, told customers they could have airplanes. I can tell you that there's a lot of folks, a lot of airlines in the world that expected airplanes, even from Airbus, at certain dates that are having to push some of those out and make, make provisions with either lessors or using older fleets so that they can cover the schedule they want to fly. So this is not just a Boeing issue with sort of managing, not having airplanes ready.
All right, George, thanks so much for joining us again. George Ferguson, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, on the Zoom cam from Bloomberg's headquarters down in Princeton, New Jersey.
Okay, as the
Bloomberg
purveyor of useless knowledge, as the FAA head testifies today, my question is, who's the most famous of all the FAA commissioners and why?
I don't know, but I think
You have to go back.
You're going to tell us.
You have to go back to the 1970s, the Nixon administration, Alexander Butterfield. Why? Because it was he who revealed the existence of a secret taping system within the Oval Office of the Nixon administration.
Is this what you do when there's no market news?
Yeah.
He goes down these YouTube rabbit
like,
holes.
where
No,
am I
somebody
here?
someday is going to be asked that question on $1 million prize show and come up and look, I heard John Tucker talk about that.
This implies that we remember this information. This is a whole different thing.
John remembers.
So you basically forget everything I say minutes after I say it.
What?
Exactly. All right, very good. S&P 500 unched on the day. No movement there for the S&P 500. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. You know, with a little data on the calendar and little movement in the S&P 500 right now, let's focus on some of the company earnings. Palantir Technologies surging. The software maker reporting better than expected results fueled by demand for artificial intelligence. KKR posting a fourth quarter profit that beat estimates. That was backed up by record fee-related earnings. They also has a lot of strength in the global Atlantic insurance business. Shares right now up 3%. And then Simon Property Group reporting better than expected fourth quarter results after the close yesterday. Shares up 4.5%. 256 companies in the S&P 500 have reported results so far, and of those, 59% have delivered positive earnings growth. S&P 500, 3 points higher, 49.45 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 87 points. That's a rise of about 0.2%. And right now, the NASDAQ 100, 59 points lower. That's down 0.3%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul. Paul and Alex, I should say.
Okay. Is there a
Why wait
reason?
for who turns their red light on first?
Oh, it's going to be a game?
And
We'll have a little
you
game. This will be
Yeah,
good.
okay.
So,
You do you,
There's
John.
nothing in the style book that says the
No,
Bloomberg way?
this-
Okay, you just wing it? Okay.
You just red light. He's going with the red light.
Okay.
I'm Alex, along with Paul. We are inside the Interactive Broker Studio here in New York City. Bloomberg Intelligence, where we're going to tap all our analysts that cover about 2,000 companies and 130 industries that we cover worldwide. But we're going to tap someone else right now in the ETF world for her take on the market. And that's Sylvia Jablonski, Chief Executive Officer and Chief Investment Officer at Defiance ETFs. Great perspective on sort of what the trends are in the market and what people are doing with their money. Sylvia, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. What are you seeing most right now as we're sort of in the second month of the year after a very bizarre 4 weeks?
Hi, Alex. Great to see you. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been a very bizarre 4 weeks. What's really interesting, and I think what's pretty good, is that some of the positive momentum that we had towards the end of the year has continued into this year, and that blip on the radar that we saw those first couple of days in, have kind of just faded to the wayside. So what we're seeing on our side is just this continued, exuberance and excitement about the AI trade. Most of the flows that we've seen have come into that space. So quantum computing types of stocks, AI stocks, machine learning, kind of an expansion of that ecosystem. So before it was just NVIDIA and AMD, and now people are sort of looking at companies like Palantir, who you just mentioned had, a great earnings report, and Taiwan Semiconductor, IonQ, IBM, some of these other players in the AI space. And it's just been, off to the races there.
All right, one of my favorite ETFs out there is a Defiance ETF, CRUZ. I'm fascinated with the cruise business, the economics of the cruise business, and I actually even may go on a cruise coming up very soon.
It's Pete Cruise now, I feel like.
I'm being pitched.
You're an
Yeah, it's Pete
indicator.
Cruise when I go on it. Sylvia, what do you see in that industry these days? What are the drivers?
Yeah, so I think it's been really interesting to watch the cruise business, and what happened during COVID is everybody, vividly remembers the cruise business just came to an absolute halt and just took on so much debt, and it was just a complete disaster, right? And I think we're at the point now, just listening to these last earnings calls, where you had the CEO of Carnival, of Royal Caribbean, even the outlooks from Norwegian. The spending is back, and what they're saying is that they have more cruises booked for 2024 than they did pre-pandemic. Finally, the average consumer is spending a lot more, sort of finally, and they're able to kind of like reduce their debt and have stronger profit margins and things like this. So I think the reason that that's holding up, the whole travel trade in general is holding up because the economy is holding up, right? The consumer remains strong. That wage growth, 4% number, good jobs numbers, inflation is coming down. The Fed is eventually going to stop hiking. And I think that, people feel like they can still spend a little bit, right? And that transition from goods to services and travel and experiences, I mean, it's continued to forge ahead.
So have we seen at the same time, pivoting off of that theme, the money kind of coming out of money market funds and into stocks, in that, things are getting better, rates will go down, albeit the last couple of days we've seen a nice move up higher in yields. But I'm going to go put my money to work in economically sensitive stocks. They're actually going to benefit because things are going to get better. Rates will come down. Are we seeing this flow happen yet?
No, and you make a really great point there, right? You'd think with the performance that we saw in the S&P 500 and in NASDAQ last year in particular, that money would be just really piling off of the sidelines. And I think it's going to be a slow trickle in. You still have a lot of clients out there and investors that probably have, things like CDs or instruments that mature at certain times, and they'll kind of scale back into the market when that happens. But I also think that, once you see a year like 2022, and like probably every investor or many of the investors that went to cash held all the all the tech stocks and just got hammered down 30-40%. So they didn't catch it this year. It's just kind of, behavioral finance a little bit there. But I do think that money will eventually come off the sidelines. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're never going to get rich in treasuries, right? I mean, unless you're worth multi-billions of dollars, I guess. But I think for the average investor that has a longer term time horizon, that 10% annualized return on the S&P 500 plus these kind of like gravy years where you hold a little bit of semiconductors tech and get some outperformance. I mean, that's wealth building, right? So I do think it'll eventually kind of pile back in, and then it'll matter for markets. Then you'll start to see a little bit of a tailwind there too.
I asked this, Paul, because I'm totally talking my own book.
Sure.
4 months ago, put some money in 3-month T-bills. That was an easy call.
Yep.
Those 3 months are up. I don't know. We're like
reinvestment risk.
Now what do we do, right?
Yeah, now
so
I think you go long meta.
But I'm the kind of person that
Microsoft.
wants to put gold bars and soup cans under my bed, right? So I asked to talk my book, but also I really am curious as to people like me, of which I'm sure there are many, how they make those decisions, Paul.
I don't know. I mean, I would hire a professional or go buy an S&P 500 ETF. Let's be honest.
Let's just be honest.
All right,
sit there for a while.
Sylvia, I saw one of the names on your list that you recently were adding was IBM. Old school tech. What's the thought there?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, the old school tech company that everybody kind of forgets about is one of the the best kind of leaders with the most experience in AI. Watson X has been around probably before AI was a word, right? So they were kind of the first ones doing it. They've spent tons of money in R&D. They've been hiding under a rock, and they don't kind of get the fanfare of the other companies, but they have one of the most powerful hybrid AI models out there. They partner with and they're working with Korea Quantum to use supercomputing and AI to better target potential attacks for defense purposes. Now, think about what's going on in the world, right? Just every day, what we have going on in the Middle East, Russia and Ukraine, the Iran strikes the other day. I mean, this information is so highly valuable that you can't imagine that there won't be a lot of government spending going into this. And then not to mention, smart cities, electric cars, healthcare, all the just tech in general, right? All the stuff we usually talk about. But there's a huge need for this, and IBM is really a leader there.
Sylvia, what is verboten? What do you not like?
What do I not like? So I think that it'll take a while for the small caps to really start to rally. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that I think I'm allocating more towards the names that are moving, which right now are going to be, kind of tech, semiconductor, like some of the consumer stuff. I like healthcare, all these weight loss drugs and things like that. I mean, look at Lilly earnings this morning, they're taking off. So, I'm just not going to allocate too much to utilities, and I'll probably wait a little bit to get into small caps. And again, I don't think they're bad investments because I do think breadth will expand, but I just think there's a little bit more ROI in kind of the tech sector for now in semiconductors.
So in your ETF business, Sylvia, where are you seeing the flows these days?
So we have seen, two places really. One is, again, that quantum AI trade, right? We for one of our ETFs is at the highest level it's ever been, quantum, just because people are interested in that theme. And then there has been so much flow for Defiance and for our competitors in income ETF products. So ETF products that use different types of option strategies to generate income for investors. So we have put rate strategies where we have S&P exposure and we sell puts to generate income. Other companies are doing it on single name stocks and things like that. So there have just been billions of dollars pouring into that enhanced income space. And the idea there is like you get a little bit of upside. It's almost, Alex, to like, what do you do, right? So you get a little bit of that index exposure, but you're still just getting income. So you kind of have this like guaranteed income and then, some portion of equity returns. So you have a smoother ride than if you just invested in the index, for example. So it's kind of like tapping back in from Treasuries trade.
So not what Paul said. Don't do the index fund, but not the gold bars and the soup cans.
Yeah, what Paul said plus. So what Paul said plus
Exactly.
and maybe a little less downside if there's a black swan event. But it can go either way, right? If the markets just completely rally, I mean, S&P and NASDAQ, they don't usually serve you wrong. So
Good stuff. Hey, Sylvia, thanks so much for joining us there. Sylvia Jablonski, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Investment Officer, does it all for Defiant ETFs, joining us via Zoom from New York City here. I got the Contra Fund, Fidelity. That's been great for me forever.
You talk about that.
Will Danoff.
Thank you, Meta.
Doing his work.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. But we'll have to see. But yeah, I told my kids in a 401k, just long the S&P. Just long the S&P. Talk to me in 30 or 40 years.
There's a really great Bloomberg opinion piece talking about money dysmorphia, about like how you're okay, but you feel like you're not, and everything is going to be bad. And I definitely have that.
Well, I think for people that are certainly younger than me, Dave, and maybe I'm not sure if it's in your generation, but man, you've had the great financial crisis. I mean, when my kids grew up, they were kids at 9/11. They dealt with that with classmates, unfortunately. Then they had the great financial crisis. I mean, just all kinds of. Then the
housing bust,
the pandemic, and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I was
a
working human at that time, so but that's still the same. I mean, definitely, hence the soup cans.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, we're going to go to Amy Morris now for world and national news. Amy?
All right, thank you, Alex. Donald Trump does not have immunity and can be prosecuted for trying to overturn the 2020 U.S. election. According to a ruling by the Federal Appeals Court in D.C., the decision moves Trump closer to trial. Bloomberg's Chris Straub looks at what's going to happen next.
Trump has until February 12th to make a decision on whether to appeal to the Supreme Court. He most likely will, but the question is, will the Supreme Court take it or not?
And just minutes ago, the Trump campaign released a statement saying that they will appeal. The bipartisan $118 billion border security and Ukraine aid deal is set for a procedural vote in the Senate tomorrow. Some Republicans who had supported the measure are now coming out against it. More from Bloomberg's Jody Schneider in Washington.
Really, it's a border security bill. It cracks down on illegal border crossings, makes it harder to apply for asylum, speeds up deportations of undocumented migrants, but also it opens up more visas for legal immigration. And of course, that part is getting criticism.
Bloomberg's Jody Schneider reporting Republicans don't want to risk handing President Biden a win on immigration in an election year. California has been pummeled with heavy rain. Los Angeles reporting more than 300 mudslides, including one in Studio City. Resident Andrea Holstein says she packed her family in the car and they escaped as the mud surrounded her home.
My husband opened our front door and the mud started coming in the house, and then he couldn't shove it all the way closed.
2 people have died as a result of those heavy rains, which have so far caused as much as $11 billion in damage. Prince Harry has returned to the UK. He's there now as his father, King Charles III, has cancer. Buckingham Palace would not say what type of cancer the 75-year-old British monarch has, just that it is not prostate cancer. King Charles will forego his public duties while he is going through this cancer treatment. It's an outpatient treatment. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages are mixed right now. Take a look under the hood. 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are higher right now. And the best performing group that belongs to real estate. That's where you find shares of Simon Properties. It's up 6%. And they reported better than expected fourth quarter results. Worst performing industry group right now, information technology, and that's home to shares of NVIDIA. Meantime, Andrew Sheets at Morgan Stanley expecting more volatility ahead, especially in fixed income.
You have pretty strong data so far to start the year, but then also I think a clear message that central banks are going to be easing policy. So, I think we could be volatile, but in a range. We're generally expecting the 10-year to end the year a little bit lower than current levels, about 4%.
And more data, something to chew on from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. American households taking on more debt at the end of last year. Some of those loans increasingly going bad. According to the Fed, New York Fed, about 8.5% of credit card balances and 7.7% of auto loans moved into delinquency in the fourth quarter. S&P 500, 1 point higher, 49.44 on the index. NASDAQ 100, 70 points lower. That's down 0.4%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 62 points. That's up 0.2%. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Neither of us had it on.
The red light went on both mics at the same time.
That's because we didn't do it. Someone did it for us. Sometimes being anchor's hard. Yeah, she doesn't. And you know what? That's probably a good lay of the land. Okay, we have some earnings out after the bell. Snap, social media company, one might hear of, one of those things. The stock is up about 2.5% into earnings, but it also just cut 10% of its staff. We got that news yesterday. It's been a pretty rough go, so no one better to speak to than Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst. I guess the Snap sort of front-ran its earnings a little bit by announcing 10% layoff of the staff. What's going on?
Well, so they did a 20% layoff late last year, and this follows, so this is the second round of layoffs. And look, the focus is on, the Meta playbook. Boost your profitability and top line hopefully accelerates because we have seen a trough in ad pricing, and that will drive the sentiment. In the case of Snapchat, I feel we haven't seen that kind of tailwind from Snap as we saw with Meta, growing 25%, guiding for 25% growth, and Snap hasn't seen, a pickup in video ads, which
is Snapchat the thing where I click on it and it goes away?
Well, that's the messaging part of it, but they have other tabs inside the app. So you can actually consume video content inside the app, similar to Instagram Reels or, what you see on the Blue app. And look, video is what drives engagement. For all of these social media platforms, they've come a long way, from the days where it used to be just messaging or text-based posts. Now it's videos. And so what Meta has done remarkably well is to get that engagement on videos. The engagement grew 25% this quarter. Others haven't been able to replicate that, whether it's Snap or Pinterest, and I think that's what we're waiting for.
All right, when I think about the digital advertising space, I think Google, Facebook, Amazon. Are there any dollars left over for the Pinterest, the Snaps of the world, all these other smaller players?
I mean, you're right. It's a triopoly where these three companies dominate. But from an advertiser perspective, you do want to diversify. And, especially for Snapchat, that caters to that demographic, of Gen Zs. That's their core demographic, the 400 million daily active users they have. And everyone has called out e-commerce advertisers ramping up their spending this quarter because things seem to be going well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Snap doesn't see an uptick in ad pricing because, remember, this is an auction-driven mechanism. So ad pricing is a function of what advertisers bid up at a certain point of time. And so that ad pricing, which was weak for Snap and everyone, has picked up. That's what we saw in Meta's results, and we're looking for that confirmation when it comes to Snap.
So this is, again, a very uneducated question as someone who like just got on Instagram like 2 years ago. How many rolling video feeds do I need? Like, can I consume all of these, or is it going to be a one mover advantage?
Well, so think of it this way in terms of time spent. How much time are you spending on a given day across all these apps? And I would even put Netflix in that as well. You know, it's the time you spend on entertainment, whether you are consuming, you know, premium content on Netflix or Disney Plus, or you are consuming social media content or YouTube content. Now, the difference is YouTube and social media content, so it's much higher gross margin for these companies because they can show you ads and they are paying very little for content. YouTube has a revenue sharing with the user base, but for the most part, Meta doesn't have a revenue sharing with their creators. So that's why it's such an attractive business model because, you know, they keep you engaged. And in the case of Instagram, it's over 60 minutes per day per daily active user. That's the kind of engagement we're talking about. Snap is more like 15 minutes per daily active user, but you see, you know, where Meta really kind of
crushes.
Crushes.
Can we switch gears a little bit because Mandeep also covers like the online travel things, and I want to start with what are you hearing from? Well, let's just start real broadly. Are people still traveling? What are the online travel people telling you in terms of their bookings and things like that?
I mean, look at the GDP numbers. I don't think we need further proof that the economy is doing very well, especially in the US, and travel has held up remarkably well. So, you know, when you look at Uber or Airbnb, gig economy companies, these companies have actually allowed people to, like the gig economy workers, to have supplemental income. And that's huge. When we were, you know, in an environment where inflation was high, like think of the number of people who are on Uber's platform. We're talking about 5 million drivers who work maybe 2 to 3 hours, but that's the kind of install base we're talking about. And yes, there are 150 million daily active consumers, but then from a driver perspective, this platform is pretty big. And same thing with Airbnb in terms of
Airbnb, is that still growing? Is it still a thing? Is it just for the kids? How's that evolving? Well, because that's such a crazy concept to me that I would go into someone's house. But I know that's what a lot of people do.
It's really not that weird.
I kind of.
I get it.
I use people's. I'll tell you what I do. When we go skiing out west, we just rent a condo. One of the guys in our group goes to Verbo. Boom! All I have to do is show up.
There you go.
I'm good to go.
They have unique inventory. So think of, you know, all the hotels being the same. It's the same experience. Whereas when you're renting an Airbnb, it runs the gamut. From a simple room to a luxury place, and that's where, you know, you have to think about marketplaces in terms of supply growth. What I mean by supply is how many drivers is Uber adding on the platform? How many hosts is Airbnb adding on the platform? Because when you have supply growth, you have something to offer to the consumer, and that keeps a lid on the pricing, and that is what makes a good marketplace, and both these platforms have that.
But when you're talking about the traveler booking, are they trading down? Like, do we see that with Expedia, for example, or Priceline? Like, is that a trend we need to watch?
Yeah, and that's why these marketplaces are so powerful, because they can offer you that variety of options when it comes to trading down or, you know, picking something fancy. And you can only do that if you have supply growth. Because if you're supply constrained, then automatically it bids up the pricing. So for any marketplace, if your supply growth isn't catching up to top line growth, pricing will always be a headwind at some point.
Was it Priceline that you can say whether or not you want to be on a Boeing plane? Did you know this?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
That you can like click the kind of plane.
Well,
is that a real thing?
No, you're not going anywhere.
No, you can go on an Airbus or like a different type of Boeing. You can choose the plane, which helps you choose the flight.
Well, that's one thing these platforms do, is to customize very quickly depending on people's preferences.
Very good. I mean, all I know is Airbnb, $93 billion market cap company, $10 billion of revenue. So that's 9 times revenue. Stock's up 21% on a trailing 12-month basis. It's working for a lot of people. Mandeep Singh, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We talk all things technology with Mandeep. And I did do an Airbnb through Bloomberg when I went to Cannes, France. And it worked out pretty cool. But you're in somebody's apartment, you know, using their kitchen and stuff.
Florence, Cannes, where am I going?
You don't know half the stories. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom with the company headlines. Some of the stories. New York Community Bancorp shares, they are slumping right now another 15%. So this extends its decline to the lowest level since June of 2000. The shares have plunged more than 50% since they slashed their quarterly dividends, and they're increasing the cash they set aside in the event that some of the loans go bad. Now, according to people with direct knowledge of this matter, mounting pressure from a top U.S. watchdog led to the Bancorp's surprise decision to slash the dividend and stockpile cash in case commercial real estate loans do go bad. With the Federal Aviation Administration's top official pledging to hold Boeing accountable for any quality lapses, the agency examining the manufacturing processes following a near disaster on that Alaska Airlines flight last month. The FAA Administrator, Mike Whitaker, telling lawmakers on Capitol Hill today, the events of January 5th really created two issues for us. One is what's wrong with this airplane, but two, what's going on with the production at Boeing. And J.P. Morgan Chase planning to open more than 500 new branches, hire 3,500 workers over the next 3 years, expanding into additional markets that include low-income and rural communities, as well as locations aimed at the rich. Right up your alley, Paul. Mass Capital, developers of the 397-unit Cipriani Residence Miami.
Saw this.
They have raised $600 million from lenders, including Carlos Slim's Banco Immerse, the construction loan, one of the largest in Florida's history. While borrowing costs and a pullback from banks have hindered real estate development across the country, lenders still seemingly have an appetite for Miami's over-the-top luxury products. Get a penthouse, $40 million. That's the asking price. And that is your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
You are listening to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Alex Steele along with Paul Sweeney. Let's head right down to Amy Morris for world and national news.
All right, thank you, Alex. A federal appeals court panel has ruled Donald Trump can face trial on charges he plotted to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The court rejected Trump's claims that he's immune from prosecution. The court's decision now sets the stage for additional appeals from Trump to either the U.S. Supreme Court or the entire U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. And the Trump campaign says, yes, they will appeal. An internal assessment by the Israeli military concludes more than a fifth of the remaining hostages being held in Gaza are dead. The New York Times reports a confidential assessment from Israeli intelligence indicates at least 32 of the remaining 136 hostages have died since the start of the war. Officers are also assessing unconfirmed intelligence that at least 20 more hostages might have also been killed. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest whirlwind diplomacy in the Middle East takes him to the lead. Columnist Mark Champion says he'll be looking for support against Iran and a new ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas.
He's been very busy trying to get some sort of, if not a solution, at least to reduce the level of the fighting in Gaza, simply to try and prevent escalation.
Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion. The Agriculture Department is taking a more holistic approach to health, aligning with something called food is medicine. That's a concept Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack believes teaching people to choose healthy food should also include being aware of the significance of different foods for different cultures.
We're also, I think, sensitive to the need for us to adjust our programs so that they are culturally sensitive, that there are different needs in different diets and different food needs as a result.
Secretary Vilsack says the shift in focus to food as medicine also provides a shift in the focus of ag production from quantity to quality. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Alex.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Looking at, we had David Rubenstein, who is a Bloomberg opinion columnist, and he is obviously the Carlyle Group. He bought the Baltimore Orioles. So there's an example of a high net worth individual. I'm not sure it was his personal money, not the private equity from Carlyle Group, but the NFL has been reluctant to take institutional money. They'll take they'll take an individual's personal net worth, but they're not looking like you see some of the European Premier League teams and European soccer teams. They'll take institutional money, but with valuation,
like private equity money from Saudis or PIF, for example.
Exactly. So, but here's a good story on the Bloomberg terminal here. With valuations of NFL teams soaring, Clark Hunt, the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, sees private equity investors as a potential source of capital for franchises. The NFL last year set up a committee to assess whether to allow institutional capital to invest directly into franchises and is expected to put forward recommendations before the league's annual meeting in March. Hunt is chairman of the NFL's Finance Committee and a member of the ownership group. Now, private equity firms have been making a bigger push into sports led by firms including Arctos Sports Partners, Ares Capital. The National Basketball Association has been steadily opening up to institutional investors, and in late 2022 allowed sovereign wealth funds, pensions, and endowments to acquire passive stakes in its teams.
Is investing in sports profitable?
Yes, it is, because the valuation of sports have done nothing but gone straight up. I mean, there's I can't remember the last time there was a down valuation, a down round. So the numbers are just crazy. So they're great investments. They're not great cash flow investments.
Okay.
You know,
good distinction. Like you got to sell it like an apartment. Regular,
right.
You have to sell it to make the money.
Exactly, exactly. So, but we just have, and sports for the broadcast partners and have just become more and more valuable. And so the fee, the rights fees continue to flow. But it's been just amazing. So, but the NFL is so strong and so financially viable that they don't need any of that stuff.
Right.
I mean, you know, anytime they want to put up a team, there's 10 billionaires waiting to
So are these
buy.
investors, like, are they passive investors? Like,
Yes.
do they want it to be,
I think
or
they would be
active?
passive investors, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think maybe would be the first, would be like, hey, you can take a minority stake, be passive, that type of thing. So maybe we'll see that.
Baby
but,
steps.
Yeah, but I don't think, again, the NFL is in no shortage of capital, so, and we'll see it again on display here with the Super Bowl weekend. All right, balance of power with... No, it's sound on.
No, it's balance of power.
It's balance of power. Joe Matthew, coming up now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump can be prosecuted, at least according to an appeals court. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As an appeals court in Washington a short time ago rules, the former president is not immune to prosecution on charges that he tried to overturn the 2020 election. Setting up a likely showdown on the Supreme Court, as we told you, might be coming here. We're going to get the latest in just a moment from Bloomberg legal reporter Eric Larson in New York and insights from former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman, back with us today. Mitch McConnell turns on the border deal. Secretary of Homeland Security set to be impeached today in the House. We'll have analysis on all these stories from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are along for the ride. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We start there with trading midday and Charlie Pellet in New York.
Thank you very much. Some of the stories, some of the stocks that we are watching. Joe Matthew, Palantir Technologies says demand for its artificial intelligence products is driving sales. It also delivered a higher than expected profit outlook for 2024. The Denver-based software and analysis company says it expects adjusted income from operations of $834 million to $850 million for this year. Analysts on average had expected $760.3 million, according to estimates compiled by Bloomberg. UBS buying back up to $1 billion in shares this year as the bank seeks to keep investors focused on the upside of its complex integration of Credit Suisse. Stocks and bonds seem to be on hold in a fashion as global financial markets await a fresh round of Fed speak. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Investors are looking to Federal Reserve officials for insight into the central bank's thinking. Fed Chair Jerome Powell repeated his wait-and-see approach on cutting interest rates on Sunday, shooting down hopes for a March easing. Asia, however, is a hot spot. Chinese equities soared Tuesday on speculation authorities are planning more forceful efforts to end a rout. Regulators soon plan to brief Chinese President Xi Jinping on the market. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And here's where we stand in terms of U.S. equity markets. We're looking at a mixed day right now. The Dow up 0.2%, up 73 points. S&P lower by 3, little change, down less than 0.1%. Nasdaq down 58, drop there of 0.4%. 10-year yield 4.09%. The 2-year 4.41%. Gold up $11 the ounce to $2,036, up 0.6%. And crude now at $73.56 a barrel. WTI up by just about 1.1%. So again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed with the S&P lower by 4, down now by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew. Balance of Power continues is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg's Balance of Power. We've got a lot to talk about here with breaking news. You heard earlier on Bloomberg, the ruling came down on immunity for President Trump here. The former president can be prosecuted for trying to overturn the 2020 election, according to a federal appeals court. This is a 3-judge panel, a 57-page ruling. This would then, of course, Donald Trump appealing this goes to a wider appeals court and then likely Supreme Court. The statement from the Trump campaign. Prosecuting a president for official acts violates the Constitution and threatens the bedrock of our republic. They write President Trump respectfully disagrees with the D.C. Circuit's decision and will appeal it in order to safeguard the presidency and the Constitution. And so the lines are drawn. Let's bring in Eric Larson, Bloomberg's legal reporter, with us from World Headquarters in New York. Eric, it's good to see you. We didn't know exactly when we would get this ruling, but here we have it. What does it mean for the timing of this trial? Of course, the special counsel, Jack Smith, wanted to bring this in March. It fell off the calendar. What does it mean going forward?
Right. Well, as you said, we've been waiting for this decision from the appeals court for a little while. I think folks were expecting it to come sooner. The judge in the case canceled the March 4th hearing. The trial was supposed to start March 4th. It was potentially going to last several months. So it was not a small decision for this judge to cancel that date. It hasn't yet been rescheduled. It's likely that decision was just a result of this appeals court decision on immunity taking so long. So we'll see what happens in the lower court. We'll see what Trump does next. He could ask the Supreme Court to review this, or he could also, as you mentioned, seek a review from a larger panel of appeals court justices, a so-called en banc review. Of course, those are rarely granted and rarely succeed. But for now, the court could not have been more clear that it disagrees with Trump's arguments, some of which were outlined in that statement you just read out. This 3-judge panel, 2 judges appointed by Biden, 1 by George Herbert Walker Bush, all agreeing that a former president can be charged with crimes related to their conduct in office, and that particularly around this attempt to overturn the 2020 election, they said that is something that must absolutely be checked by the courts if it's true.
If the court had ruled in the other direction, would this case be dead?
Well, it would definitely have put it on the back foot. The special counsel, Jack Smith, who brought this case, as well as the other federal case over Trump's handling of classified records in Florida federal court, Jack Smith could have appealed if it had been overturned. We would have either way seen an appeal, I would imagine. But once this does get to the Supreme Court, when a petition is filed to hear this, the Supreme Court could either just say, no, we're actually not interested, we're not going to hear this, in which case this decision today would stand and the trial would go ahead. If the Supreme Court were to take it up, then of course we would potentially have additional arguments at the Supreme Court and then another wait for another historic decision, which of course could delay this even further.
The Supreme Court would have all the time it wanted to take, right?
That's right. Although I would think in a case like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they expedited it, just given the importance of the question. Yeah. Here, it's not just any criminal case here against a former president. It's a case related to an alleged attempt to illegally overturn an election and stay in office despite losing. Yeah. So it's something that the court may think would need a resolution before the next election.
Eric, does this impact the case in Georgia, or is that different because it's on the state level?
Yeah, it's the latter there. It doesn't impact the case in Georgia, which of course also relates to Trump's alleged effort to conspire to overturn the election. That filed under state law in Georgia, racketeering violations. Various defendants in that case, including Trump, are trying to have that case thrown out. No trial has been set yet in that case, notably. So it seems to be a bit further out.
Well, this is really fascinating here. If I'm understanding you correctly, Eric, everything is up in the air right now, and Donald Trump's attempts to delay as a strategy may have actually been strengthened by this ruling today. We could be in a situation where a trial is underway during the presidential, the party's nominating convention, or not at all before the election. Is that right?
Sure. I mean, this is all just so unprecedented. It's really unclear what the trial judge might do here. Obviously, there's an interest, a federal interest, in speedy trials and having trials happen sooner rather than later. That's true in all courts. Of course, they're also going to weigh against Trump's rights as a candidate as this continues to push closer and closer to the election. But of course, this whole case probably could have moved along, faster. It was delayed repeatedly, by the defendant in various legal maneuvers, which are his right to do. But the delay, the fact that this might be coming up closer to the election is, it's not really. They claim it's by design. Trump's defense is claimed that this is election interference. But I think that a lot of the timing and the delays are actually a result of the defense arguments here.
Great to have Eric Larson. I appreciate it. Eric, Bloomberg legal reporter, as we add a voice of experience in Nick Ackerman, of course, founder of the law office of Nick Ackerman, but also former assistant U.S. attorney, former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. Mr. Ackerman, it's great to see you. Welcome back. We've talked about the virtues of this argument a couple of times, but this must really hit close to home with you having your experience on the Watergate case. Prosecuting a president, we see, for official acts violates the Constitution and threatens the bedrock of our republic, according to Donald Trump's spokesperson. What say you?
Well, first of all, he's not being prosecuted for official acts. He's being prosecuted for criminal acts that he did outside of his duties as president of the United States. So that's the first fallacy with his argument. No one has ever understood a president to be above the law, that a president can willy-nilly break the law at his pleasure. That was never the law. We never assumed that in Watergate. In fact, we assumed just the opposite. And we're investigating Richard Nixon for all kinds of violations, including obstruction of justice and income tax violations. The only reason he was not prosecuted in the end was because he was pardoned by President Trump. Other than that, we wouldn't be talking about this issue today. It would have been done and completed years ago.
President Ford, of course, with the pardon, right? Is this something that you considered during the Watergate era as a potential argument? Are you surprised Richard Nixon didn't make it?
This was never raised during the Watergate era. No one ever had the audacity to say that the president was immune from obstructing justice and committing crimes. That just never came across our radar.
That says a lot. So we have a 57-page opinion here, unanimous, 3 judges. If this indeed goes to the wider appellate court, which we expect, what happens?
Well, I think what's going to happen is he's probably going to appeal directly to the Supreme Court in order to not have this case go back to the district court. I think the Supreme Court is not going to take it. They've already got a full plate with this 14th Amendment issue. I think they would prefer not to be involved in this particular case. Don't forget, if Donald Trump is convicted in the D.C. case, he then will have the right to appeal the entire conviction to the Supreme Court and raise this issue at a later point. So I think that is more likely what is going to happen. The real ramifications here are that the case in D.C. is going to be put off a little bit yet, probably not till, let's say, April or May. And what's going to happen instead is that the criminal case pending in Manhattan is going to go ahead first. So I think what we're looking at is that the first case that Donald Trump is going to have to defend himself on criminal matters is going to be in New York County starting the end of March.
This is the Stormy Daniels case, which is pretty remarkable to think that would be the first to kick off here. But I just want to get a 30,000-foot view. Say again?
Yeah, not really. No, this case is just as important as any of the others. First of all, it's not just Stormy Daniels. What this case has to do with is Donald Trump defrauding the U.S. voting public in 2016. What he did was he engaged in a scheme that involved not just himself, but David Pecker at the National Enquirer and others, including his own attorney, to basically keep information relating to sexual affairs that he had with various women from the voting public. Don't forget, at the point in time where he was doing this, there had already been the Access Hollywood tape that came out. There were 20 some odd women that had come out saying that he had abused them at some point. And this situation, if it had been released prior to the election, probably would have resulted in Hillary Clinton being elected. So what you really have here is Donald Trump having essentially hoodwinked the voters in 2016 by keeping this information from the voting public, which is what is charged in the Manhattan indictment, and thereby getting himself elected. So this is a pretty significant case, not to mention the fact that the proof here is pretty overwhelming. It's not just his former attorney, Michael Cohen, who's testifying, but it's also David Pecker, who is then the owner of the National Enquirer, who's also going to testify. So you've got two main accomplice witnesses that are going to corroborate each other. You've got a tape recording between Donald Trump and Michael Cohen where they discuss the payment to another one of the women, Karen McDougal, and how they got the money to her and the involvement of Mr. Pecker. And then you've got a whole bunch of other witnesses who are going to corroborate various little aspects of this whole scheme. So the bottom line is, I think this is an almost certain conviction. It's a quick trial. It's no more than 3 weeks, and he's going to be convicted and then go down to D.C. for his second conviction. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, that was incredible to listen to, Nick Ackerman, because so many folks, including, by the way, many Democrats, have spent a lot of time trying to question the legitimacy of that case and how it reflects on the others. We hear about indictment fatigue, that Alvin Bragg bit off more than he could chew, that we should have allowed the special counsel to move forward. You see all of these, it sounds like, as equally important.
Absolutely. The problem is people have not read the indictment. All you have to do is read the statement of facts. What I just said is pretty much laid out there. And for some reason, the press, the public, they've forgotten it. They haven't read it. But once you dig into it, this is a very significant case. In fact, what it shows at the end of the day is he cheated his way into the presidency. And then after he lost the election, he tried to cheat his way to stay in the presidency. That's what these cases are all about with respect to the D.C. case and the Georgia case. Now, of course, the Florida case for the classified documents is a completely different situation where he essentially stole classified information and obstructed the government obtaining those documents back.
Nick, I only have a minute. If I'm understanding you correctly, and the question I wanted to ask you, the broad view here, while this ruling today may delay the start of Jack Smith's trial, in the end, it strengthens Jack Smith's hand.
No question. It absolutely does. It's just going to mean that one trial is going to go before another trial, and you're going to start with March with the Manhattan DA's office, then you're going to go to D.C., then you're going to go to either Florida or Atlanta for the RICO case. So these are all going to kind of go in succession. They could have never all gone at the same time for the simple reason that a defendant can only be in one courtroom at one time.
Nick Ackerman, a great pleasure. We appreciate your jumping on this story for us with little notice. This broke just a couple of hours ago. Former Assistant Special Watergate Prosecutor, former Assistant U.S. Attorney Nick Ackerman with us on Bloomberg. The statement again from the appellate court. Trump's claim a president...
It's 12:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Investors are awaiting a slew of Federal Reserve speakers for clues on whether the latest economic reports will impact their rate outlooks. We do have stocks trading mixed right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average higher, up 59, gain there of 0.2%. S&P lower by 6, down 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 78, drop there of 0.5%. Treasuries remain higher after Fed Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester suggested she is not in a rush to begin cutting rates. 10-year 4.10% with a 2-year 4.41%. Gold up $10.50 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, $73.78 a barrel. Meta Platforms will begin labeling more posts that were created using artificial intelligence tools as part of a broader effort to prevent misinformation and deception from spreading on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads during a critical election year. And Zoom Video Communications has fired a team of workers focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives as part of its recent round of job cuts, making it the latest company to change course on DEI efforts. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. The Dow higher by 0.2%, S&P lower now by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here is your host, Joe Matthew.
And Charlie, we thank you. We stay in touch with Charlie, of course, every day, and we'll continue to update trading today. The headline, if you're just joining us, a pretty big deal from Washington. We didn't know when this would break, but today's the day. Trump denied immunity in D.C. election case by appeals court. This is the 3-judge panel. We've been waiting for them to rule on this, and Donald Trump's claim that Jack Smith cannot prosecute him for trying to overturn the 2020 election because he was the president of the United States, now struck down, which likely means either a wider appeals court, because of course Donald Trump will appeal this, they've already said so, or it goes straight to the Supreme Court. The idea, according to Nick Ackerman, who was just with us, the former Watergate prosecutor, is that Trump will decide to leapfrog and appeal directly to the Supreme Court. There are massive political implications here, of course. We've spent the last 25 minutes talking about the legal implications and the nuances of all this. Laura Davison joins now, Bloomberg Politics editor, to get to the other side, because so much of this, Laura, is being driven by politics, or will be. Just imagine the timing alone. I guess this is going to likely delay Jack Smith's case, assuming that the Supreme Court goes along with the appeals court, to maybe late summer. Imagine a world in which this is happening while his convention is taking place. You've got Alvin Bragg, Stormy Daniels going to be on the stand before that even happens. How do you run a presidential campaign like that?
So there are 2 pieces of good news in this for Trump and 1 piece of bad news. And that bad news is what you just talked through. This delays everything, into the summer, potentially into the fall. And so you have this being at the top of the news, the headlines about all of, these folks testifying in all these cases being top billing. The good news is that it may delay a conviction as well. And that's one thing that we know both from our own Bloomberg News poll as well as other polls, that if Trump is convicted, that he suddenly loses some key voters in swing states. So the timing there is still a little bit squishy. But the 2 things of solid bad news, if this means more time for Trump in the courtroom, which means less time on the campaign trail, and a lot more money, because he can't get these cases thrown out. He's going to have to keep spending on lawyers. We know that in 2023 alone, he spent more than $50 million on campaign cash. So that's just money that can't be spent on other things.
This year will cost at least that much, right? If we're going to have 2 trials underway. So with all of that said, you just said something really interesting. Could we be in a world in which this trial begins and is underway but not resolved during the election? Can you imagine the chaos?
That is very likely that this is a situation that plays out. And because you have these multiple trials that, kind of have overlapping timeframes, judges give consideration to, hey, this defendant is in court elsewhere, so they will kind of stack things. So this pushes everything else out going forward.
That is amazing to consider. The allegations of election interference at that point will be awfully loud. In the near term, he's going to raise money on this, right?
Oh, absolutely. And we know from the past he's been able to raise a lot of money, from the mugshot in Georgia, for example. There's been cases that he uses these to really galvanize his supporters. The question is how much do people hesitate to give if they know that a lot of their money is going to legal fees. There's a big fundraiser in D.C. next month, a bunch of, almost 100 members of Congress who will be co-hosting this event, and 10% of all of that money will go directly to his legal fees.
Unbelievable. That is the case for all donations, right? Isn't he skimming 10% off everything to the super PAC at this point?
Essentially, it's a little bit complicated, all the different entities he has, but he's able to take a lot of the money that he raises and put it into entities where it's completely legal for him to use this money to pay legal fees.
So let's take these maybe one by one. We've been talking about Jack Smith's case, the Stormy Daniels trial. That could take place. This is the one in New York, Alvin Bragg's case, likely before we get to an election interference trial. How does that play politically in a case that so many folks, Nick Ackerman was speaking to the legitimacy of this case, but a lot of folks think that it is illegitimate, that we're talking about a porn star here, that Michael Cohen has no credibility, and that this is the weaponization of the legal system. How's that going to play when we watch it unfold?
From a political perspective, this is really the weakest case. When you look at the different cases, when you look at January 6th, when you look at the classified documents case, those are things that when you have some voters on the margins of whether they're going to vote for Trump or not, those are the ones they view as more, quote, legitimate, that Trump may have actually done something wrong here, and they view this one more in the category of, as Trump would call it, a witch hunt. So that's, from if you're Biden and trying to, kind of game this out, that's not less advantageous for you, that kind of you have the weakest case politically for damaging Trump up first, where these other cases are going to be spread out further. Got it.
Spending time with Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, with a lot of important news in the air today in the Capitol. Laura, I thought we'd be talking about the border deal, but, news happens and we follow it where it goes. But this is really something that we need to talk about here, as Mitch McConnell turns away from the deal that he's been trying to sell, telling members in a closed-door meeting last night. And God knows, we talked about the Republican opposition to this deal yesterday. You've already got at least 22 no's on the Senate side, never mind the House, where it's said to be DOA. But he told everybody last night, if you don't like this bill, vote no on cloture. So are we done?
It's looking that way. It's really a stunning defeat. This bill has only been out for 36 hours. Many members, I would reckon, haven't even read the bill. Right. But they have this procedural vote on Wednesday that Schumer went ahead and scheduled, and it's very likely that this could fail, which means that the months of work that went into this would be totally down the drain, and really any prospects for a bipartisan immigration deal, or really anything happening in Congress. If they can't get this done, there's nothing else that they can really do.
Right. And meanwhile, an impeachment vote against the Secretary of Homeland Security today. That would likely bring a 2-week trial, 2 weeks or so, to the Senate. We've got a recess coming up here. We're not going to write a budget in the next month, are we?
Not likely. One thing about the impeachment trial is the Senate can basically decide that they're just not going to do it. So, the Senate is a crazy place with lots of crazy rules, but they can just sort of dismiss the trial, not actually spend the time. Remember, all 100 senators have to go sit on the floor. They can't have their phones. They have to have different witnesses. That's a huge time suck. So they may decide, look, we're just not going to do that, and, get onto things like the budget. But
even without that, we've got a 2-week recess, right? President's Day recess. And how many bills left to write? 8? On the House side?
Yes, we are certainly in the realm where we're looking at yet another CR. Mike Johnson said he's not going to do that. He may have to change his mind as we get closer to a deadline. But that, of course, also risks his job, like everything.
Can you imagine people listening to this conversation right now? What you just said in that one sentence. So which one will it be? Do we get a CR, or he gets fired, or both?
It's always good to take the over on Congress. So I think it is very likely that Mike Johnson, that both things happen. It may not all happen in early March, but that, as every month goes on and Johnson is forced to, kind of choose between advancing legislation, which is what we saw with the immigration deal as well, or, caving to the right flank of his party, he's, that tension only grows.
That is something. I've been asking everybody who walks in here, so I have to ask you. What is more likely? Joe Biden delivering his State of the Union address from an open House of Representatives, i.e. no shutdown, or Mike Johnson not sitting behind Joe Biden when he delivers the State of the Union address? Which more likely?
Ooh, that is really tough.
You can get back to me if you want. No, I'll keep you on the spot.
I'm going to go... I'm going to go shut down, but I'm curious what everyone else is voting on.
So that means this speech probably gets delayed, or Joe Biden is delivering it from the White House.
Is that even legal? I don't know.
Well, he can do whatever he wants at the White House. It may not be an actual State of the Union address, but if he's committed to talk to the American people that night, that's good politics, isn't it? You're going to have Mike Johnson cancel your thing.
And you can say that House Republicans are the reason you can't go. So
correct.
that is great politics.
The same people who brought you the border deal. I don't know. He's going to be speaking, by the way. Can we let everyone know this here on the radio and on YouTube and maybe eventually on TV next hour? Joe Biden was supposed to speak to the nation 45 minutes ago, and it's been delayed and delayed. We're now past 12:30 in the East, and we'll find out when he comes out. We'll bring his remarks to you live. He's going to be talking about this border deal. Is this some 11th hour pitch? How come we haven't heard it yet?
I don't know exactly why delayed, but remember, this is a deal that Biden really wants. He realizes that, border is an issue that he is weak on politically.
Why hasn't he made this speech, though?
That's a really good question. And why not now? And why not make it, kind of before this has come out? We've been seeing for weeks that Republicans have been getting cold feet on this deal. Even before there was any paper on it. Before any of the details were really finalized.
Time kills deals is the old line, and some think that if they had crafted this before the holidays, it actually would have passed. Laura, how about you?
It's very likely. I mean, you saw Nancy Pelosi was the master of this. She would not put a bill out until she knew she had every single vote, and then as soon as it came out, she would move on to vote so that lobbying groups couldn't come in and say, "Hey, let's not do this." People could suddenly get pressure from other angles, and then we're going to negotiate this all behind closed doors and then move it forward. Of course, you get a lot of complaints from sort of good government types that you're governing in secret, but as we know, people need political cover to move forward on.
We will get a cloture vote one way or the other tomorrow, right? Are people going to be called to up or down this thing?
Yeah, Schumer has set that up, and that really will kind of help, put the pressure on Republicans so Democrats can say, hey, look, we had this deal, this is a deal that gave a lot of things that Republicans wanted, and they wouldn't even pass that.
Let's talk again after that. We love having you on. Laura Davison here in Washington, Bloomberg Politics editor. I'm Joe Matthew, and we bring you up to date on world and national news now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. As you've been hearing here on Bloomberg, a federal appeals panel in Washington has ruled against former President Trump and his legal team regarding the federal election interference case against him. Trump and his lawyers had argued he was immune from facing criminal charges because he was president. But the panel, in a unanimous ruling, said he can face prosecution. Trump has been given until Monday to appeal today's ruling to the Supreme Court. It's unclear whether the compromise immigration bill that a bipartisan group of Senate negotiators have drawn up will ever make it to the president's desk. House Speaker Mike Johnson says it's dead on arrival, but the bill's supporters say the proposal includes many provisions requested by Republicans. Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat, was part of the negotiating team.
Many Senate Republicans are going to oppose this bill because it's too effective, because Donald Trump is telling them, no, keep chaos at the border. Don't solve the problem because that's good politics for us. Well, that's really bad for the country.
Senator Murphy of Connecticut. Instead of voting on the immigration bill, House Republicans today are teeing up a vote on whether to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Connection lost.
on Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 1240 right now on Wall Street. We have got stocks trading mixed. The Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ, they're both in the red. The bond market bouncing back after a two-day rout. Investors are awaiting a slew of Fed speakers for clues as to whether the latest economic reports will impact their rate outlooks. Right now, we've got the S&P lower, little change, down by 1 point flat on the day. Dow Industrials up 95, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 53 for NASDAQ. That is a drop right now of 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.09% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.40%. Gold up 0.5%, 20.36 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 73.28 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Investors are still calibrating their rate cut expectations following last week's comments from Fed Chair Jay Powell. Of course, at 60 Minutes interview Sunday night, Dan Morris is chief market strategist at BNP Paribas. He was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
You're not going to get 150 basis points in cuts out of the Fed this year the way the market thought at one point. Powell seemed pretty insistent. 75 still to him seems like a pretty reasonable number. So at the same time, even if we're a bit worried about the outlook later in the year, again, don't want to paint too bearish a picture. Rates are going to go down. Equities, at least from the end of last year to the end of this year, should be in positive territory. But it's now just trying to calibrate what that move should be.
And you can hear more of that conversation with Dan Morris on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. After earnings, Palantir Technologies, a Denver-based software and analysis company, is now surging 26.9%, and BP shares are rallying after fourth quarter profit beat estimates. Shares of BP up by 6.3%. Recapping, S&P now flat on the day. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew as Balance of Power continues is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you. The white balance guy is doing his thing at the White House. We've got a behind-the-scenes view right now into the state dining room as we wait to hear from President Biden, who was scheduled to speak an hour ago. A pretty significant delay here, but it looks like things are moving. The press pool is being assembled, and we will bring you his remarks when he starts talking. This is not about Donald Trump or immunity today. He's talking about the border deal, the supplemental emergency request that he made for Ukraine. We've been through this a lot. Israel, Taiwan, and yes, border security. Now this deal that has emerged in the Senate appears to be DOA in the House, if not also the Senate. And so we'll be hearing more about this as he tries to light a fire here, maybe make an 11th hour pitch. If you're just joining us, though, it has been quite a day in Washington here with breaking news from the D.C. Circuit Court. We were waiting for this in the immunity case for Donald Trump. Unanimous ruling, 3 judges on the appeals court ruling that Donald Trump can be prosecuted. In other words, not immune for trying to overturn the 2020 election. And Donald Trump, shocker, is going to appeal it. Prosecuting a president for official acts, says the campaign, violates the Constitution, threatens the bedrock of our republic. President Trump respectfully disagrees with the D.C. Circuit Court's decision and will appeal it in order to safeguard the presidency and the Constitution. This is where we begin with our panel. Glad to say Rick and Jeannie are with us on an important day here in Washington history. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. Jeannie, your thoughts on Stormy Daniels being the first case that we hear, because that is likely what's going to happen, delaying Jack Smith's case likely until what appears to be summertime, if not fall. What does it mean for the campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is more to the benefit of the campaign than not. They would rather have cases that, as you've been discussing, meant some people at least feel should not have gone forward. So they'd rather have these cases. I don't want to describe it at all as frivolous because it is not, but in the views of some people, it is a political prosecution. And that is clearly not the case when it comes to Jack Smith or documents. So I think that works to their advantage. But boy, this decision out of the appellate court today, a victory for the rule of law. He is going to appeal it, but I can't imagine a world in which any Supreme Court, as conservative as they are, says that any president has absolute immunity. That is a violation of separation of powers of the likes of which our democracy has never even imagined. Talk about frivolous. That is frivolous delay tactic. He may get the delay, but ultimately he won't get the win on this.
Well, so there it is. Rick, the impact on the Trump campaign, near-term benefit, long-term liability?
Yeah, I'm not sure near-term benefit. I think the idea of like raising money off of these, I think raising money up, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Rick. Go ahead.
Okay. Raising money off of these court cases, I don't think it has the power that it once did early on in the process. I mean, voters in all the polls that I've seen are sort of accepting this as a process question now. And the trigger there in the process is if he's convicted, they don't seem to be that influenced by the process going on until then. So the question is, when does this case ultimately break through all these debates, all these barriers, and get on the docket so that it can actually be tried? As you talked about earlier in your program, the amazing part of a presidential campaign that I don't think anybody ever contemplated is having a criminal trial ongoing in the middle of a presidential campaign, with one of the presidential contestants. So I think it's hard to say whether or not this is actually going to inure to his benefit or not.
Well, he's going to have a lot of time in court. Jeannie, whether he can turn that into good optics or not, I mean, I can't really imagine it. But I know that a lot of people have spent time trying to delegitimize Alvin Bragg's case. But to Rick's point, how corrosive is it going to be to see Stormy Daniels up on the stand, to see David Pecker up on the stand telling these stories?
It will be corrosive. And the problem for Donald Trump here has never been a problem in the primary season. It is a problem in the general election. So whether it's the Stormy Daniels case, Jack Smith, the documents, the reality is if this is an election which is going to be fought out in the middle in these 6-7 battleground states, independents, moderates are going to have a very hard time, as the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll showed, voting for somebody who has been convicted of a crime. I mean, that is a huge, huge problem. He can spin all he wants, he can raise money, but we still, hopefully, Joe Matthew, live in a world in which the conviction of a felony by our court system is seen as something that is not attractive to people as they look to vote for a president. So it's not to say that they may love the alternative in Joe Biden so much, but gosh, it's going to be hard to choose somebody who's been convicted or in the midst of such tawdry details. And so I don't think they move the base. The base will stay with him, but certainly the independents and moderates are going to have second thoughts when it comes to this, all of these trials, not just the one involving Stormy Daniels.
Rick, I know it's serious when Jeannie uses my full name, and I'll get angry tweets for this. But I have to ask, with a headline like this and what I'm hearing you both say, did Joe Biden just win the election?
No, I mean, he's got a long way to go, and he's obviously coming from behind in all our targeted states that we've been polling at Bloomberg. So it's also predicated on his success, and part of his success is to have an ever-improving economy that voters actually feel like they're getting a better economy. And he's still got to prove that he can do that, although I would say that's one of the more likely scenarios. But, he's got a major failure on his hands today. He's supposed to be addressing the nation an hour ago, talking about why he needs border security legislation to tighten up a border that voters don't think he's doing a good job with. And if he isn't able to make the case that he can actually handle this border over the next 4 years, forget the fact that he's had an abject failure over the last 2 years, then he's still going to have a problem. I mean, elections are always about a choice, and it's between two people, as imperfect as they are, and all the baggage that they both carry. Sooner or later, the voters are going to have to vote, and right now, they seem dead even split.
It's remarkable. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano with crack analysis here. This ruling is fresh, and the president hasn't even begun talking yet. So we've got a couple of things to cover here and a few things to witness together. As I mentioned, reporters are being assembled in the state dining room. This is an address that was set to begin over an hour ago, and when the president emerges, we'll bring you there to hear from him with analysis from Rick and Jeannie. As well, a conversation next hour with Congressman Buddy Carter and his view on whether this border deal will ever see the light of day in the House, or whether we're going to be shutting down at the end of the month, or both. It's another day in the Capitol. I'm glad you're with us. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. UBS going to be buying back up to $1 billion in shares this year as the bank seeks to keep investors focused on the upside of its complex integration of Credit Suisse. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix spoke about the quarter this morning with UBS CEO Sergio Armati.
I'm very pleased that we finished the year with a very strong momentum. We achieved a strong underlying profitability for the second quarter, so for the fourth quarter, and also we saw clients confirming their trust in our organizations. 22 billion of new assets, strong deposit inflows across wealth management and the PNC.
PNC, a reference to personal and corporate banking. Shares of UBS, they are down now by 5.5%. In the banking industry, J.P. Morgan Chase plans to open more than 500 new branches and hire 3,500 workers over the next 3 years, expanding into additional markets that include low-income and rural communities, as well as locations aimed at the rich. J.P. Morgan Chase shares, they're unchanged on the day. Hertz Global Holdings missed analyst estimates in the fourth quarter as it sold down its fleet of Tesla electric vehicles, citing high repair costs and a drop in residual value. And some of the other stories that we are following: Spirit AeroSystems, a top 10 supplier to planemaker Boeing, is withholding financial guidance for the year as it awaits clarity on production rate plans for the 737 MAX model following that mid-air blowout last month. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
With breaking news on several fronts today in Washington. Here we go again, but that's why we're here on Balance of Power. Glad you're with us on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Kaylee Lyons will join us in just 5 minutes for Hour 2 on Bloomberg TV. Breaking news that Donald Trump can be prosecuted. The appeals court ruling earlier today. That's one story we've been spending a lot of time on here on what it means for Jack Smith's case going forward. And of course, the Trump campaign, which is pledging to appeal that ruling, likely setting up a Supreme Court standoff, if I should call it that, later in the year. We'll certainly have a lot more to say about that with a lot more reporting coming out of our D.C. bureau. Meantime, we've got eyes on the White House today as President Biden is set to speak on the border deal that we are all hearing is DOA in both chambers now. We were expecting to hear from the president over an hour ago, so it's unclear exactly when he'll begin. But as always, when he speaks about something important like this, we'll be bringing it to you here on Bloomberg. Let's reassemble the panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. It's been a throw out the script kind of day, guys, just because of the news that we're dealing with at hand. But Jeannie, I wonder your thoughts. Rick was criticizing the president a bit for not getting out in front of this border deal earlier. What is it he can say today that would make a difference?
Well, I think what he needs to say today, and I'm so glad he is coming out on this, is he needs to say what is happening, which is that the Republican Party has decided it is more important to do the bidding of Donald Trump and play politics rather than address what they describe, rightly so, as a crisis. They've chosen politics over policy and the lives of the American people. And Joe Biden's got to say he is president of the United States. That is shameful. And he is going to do the opposite. He is going to push them to do what is right by the American people and not do what is right and in the interest of Donald Trump. That's what he's got to say, because the reality is that is what's happening. And he should cite things like the Wall Street Journal and other conservative publications whose editorial boards have said very clearly, this is a great deal for Republicans, exactly what they've been asking for years. And it is a shame if they don't take it. It is appalling, to use the words of one of the Republican senators.
Rick, is there an argument that Joe Biden can make here that moves the needle on anything, or is this a funeral for this bill?
Yeah, I think this is getting pretty close to the last rites. The reality is when even Mitch McConnell comes out and says that he's withdrawing his support for the bill. I think that tells you a lot about where this is headed in the Senate. They'll go through this vote. If they likely aren't able to get cloture 60 votes, then it's definitely dead. And I'd say the same thing is happening around the Israeli bill that the House is trying to challenge the Senate on, to go it alone with just Israeli funding out of the same package. It sounds like there are going to be enough Republicans potentially and all the Democrats to oppose it, to stop it in action. So what we're really seeing is what we've talked about all year, which is this do-nothing Congress that can't fund the government. You know, we were supposed to fund the government by the end of September, and we're still, quote, working on it. We can't get money to our closest allies in Ukraine to fight the Russians. We can't support our friends in Israel. We can't support our friends in Asia, in Taiwan, and we can't even come together to fund a stronger border policy. So this is all on Congress, and I don't know what they're going to go home and tell people as to the rationale for their reelection. You know, if they hadn't gotten the most simple things done that have been vexing them all year.
We're going to have a lot more with Rick and Jeannie in our second hour, of course. Jeannie, less than a minute. I don't mean to set you up here, but should Joe Biden take questions from reporters today?
Tusha having a first start.
Oh, I hope he does. I always love when he takes questions. Just, you know, he can't hang in there too long, which he likes to do sometimes. But I love the questions. And I know the Bloomberg folks have a lot to ask him, so hopefully.
Well, here. That's a dangerous game, though, Jeannie. I'm surprised he said that, actually. Sometimes they want to give him the hook a little bit early. We'll bring you the president, of course, as soon as he speaks from the White House. As I mentioned, Kayleigh will join the conversation. We've got a lot to cover next. Hour 2 of Balance of Power starts right now.
And off, and they're racing over 5 furlongs. A few of these were slow to go. Leonia was slow to stride, as was Orange Rosetta, and interest for the penalties as well. Very fast away was Jungle Dance, so racing quite freely.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump is not immune, at least according to a D.C. appeals court. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the court rules, the former president can be prosecuted on charges trying to overturn the 2020 election, setting up a likely showdown with the Supreme Court. We have a lot to cover this hour as Kayleigh Lyons joins the conversation. And Kayleigh, we've been reaching for voices of experience on this. We've got one coming up in Michael Zeldin on a day we thought we'd be talking about the border deal falling apart, because that appears to be happening too.
Yeah, and we also will talk about it on this program, and the President of the United States is going to be talking about it, or at least making the case for it not to fall apart when he speaks from the White House any minute now, as we're expecting. I guess the question is whether that's already done and dusted. And meantime, the former president is also capturing a lot of our attention.
Well, that's for sure. Pretty remarkable. We knew the ruling was coming here today. We've been discussing our anticipation there, Kayleigh. The question was where this court would come down and where we go from here. Of course, the campaign is going to appeal this.
Yep.
But Jack Smith's premise, his case against the former president, is still alive.
It is. Of course, the decision of this appeals court today is held for 6 days until February 12th. The former president and his legal team have until that day to decide whether or not to appeal it to the Supreme Court. And then if the Supreme Court ultimately decides to hear it, decides to rule, that's when we may have a better understanding of the actual timeline when this may indeed go to trial. Because remember, it was supposed to be March 4th, and Judge Chutkan already last week said, okay, well, that's not going to happen because we didn't have an immunity decision.
Amazing. So this is where we begin with Michael Zeldin, I'm glad to say, is with us, the former federal prosecutor, former special counsel to Robert Mueller while at the DOJ. Michael, it's good to see you. Here we are. We finally have a ruling. Nick Ackerman, the former Watergate prosecutor, was with us last hour. He suggests this, in fact, strengthens Jack Smith's hand and will only delay the trial into summer or fall. What do you think?
Well, it's unknowable. However, I think that there is a reasonable opportunity here for the Supreme Court to decline to take cert in this case. You have Judge Chutkan, the trial judge, issuing a very comprehensive ruling why the immunity argument that Trump put forth holds no water. This 3-judge, bipartisan appointed panel unanimously agrees with Chutkan and says that the former president is just like any other citizen once he is a former president. So you have 4 distinguished jurists saying this is not a close case. Why the Supreme Court would feel the need to intervene at all is, in my mind, questionable. They are risking always the view that they are putting their political fingers on scales. This is an opportunity for them to say, you know what? It's not a close case. We don't need to take cert, and this case can go forward to trial when the trial judge sets it down. If, however, they say, you know what, it's a case of first impression and we need to hear it, then if you look at the timeline that took in the appellate court, this could be done by the end of April, allowing for a trial in mid-May, I think, without any due process implications for the former president.
Okay, but how could the former president and his team potentially change that timeline, knowing that he has a tendency to always want to delay? What options does he really have here to do so?
Well, this Court of Appeals said they will not stay this ruling pending his request to the Court of Appeals Embark, the total court, to hear it. So that doesn't stay the trial. It will only be stayed until February 12th to allow him the time to seek consideration by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says yes, then they set it down for briefing sometime later in the month of February. They set it for argument in the early part or the mid part of March. They issue the decision within 30 days, as this Court of Appeals did. Then we're in May. So he really doesn't have a lot of options, it seems to me, unless the Supreme Court were to take this case and say, we're not going to do it on an expedited basis and not make a decision until June, end of June, their normal calendar. Then Ackerman may be right that we're looking at a fall trial, but I'd be surprised if we have to wait that long.
In that world, we could have a scenario in which, well, number one, if it's late summer, it coincides with the Republican convention. That's something to consider. The president ping-ponging back and forth. But if it's fall, Michael Zeldin, could we be in a situation where the trial is underway but not resolved when people vote?
Well, yes, because of early voting. It may well be that there are people who can vote while this trial is in full swing. It might mean that people decide to hold off on early voting until there is a resolution. But yeah, it's theoretically possible that that could be the case. And it seems to me that those people who think that they don't need to hear the outcome of a criminal trial against the former president in deciding whether to vote for or against him, that's their prerogative. But it shouldn't define what the DOJ can and should do in a case like this.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
That would be something.
Indeed, it would. And I wonder if we can take you actually inside the opinion, Michael. The three judges on this panel essentially said, ultimately, this comes down to a question of checks and balances. And if the argument that President Trump were making, former President Trump were making, were true, that would mean that the judicial system can't check a president, that the legislative branch can't do it either. Even the executive wouldn't have the power to bring charges. I just wonder what you make of the actual arguments that the judges were making here and how bulletproof they would be when taken to a Supreme Court, a very originalist court, has a conservative supermajority. Three justices were appointed by former President Trump himself. Are there holes that could be poked here?
Not, I don't think, in this separation of powers argument. As you articulated, from the very beginning, Marbury versus Madison, which gave the courts authority to look over the actions of others, this principle has allowed for judicial review. This notion of this unitary executive that has carte blanche to do what the executive wants without judicial review, I think has been rejected by this court and will continue to be rejected by this court. The other argument that this will open up a Pandora's box for future presidents who will now be afraid to act because of the possibility of criminal liability once they leave office. This court has resoundingly said that is too hypothetical. That is not something that can factor into this. What we have here is a president who is former president who is under indictment, and what the imperative of our society is that that person be held criminally accountable and not have that accountability be delayed for some theoretical, hypothetical that Trump tried to pose before the Court of Appeals. So I think he loses on all of the fundamental arguments that he made to the Court of Appeals. And I think it should be pretty cut and dried for the Supreme Court to say, you know what, we don't need to resolve this. This is black letter analysis and get on with the trial.
All right, Michael Zeldin, we always appreciate your insight and expertise on the many legal matters we are dealing with when it comes to the former president. Michael Zeldin, of course, the former federal prosecutor and former special counsel to Robert Mueller while at the DOJ. We want to turn now to the halls of Congress. Joining us now, I'm pleased to say, is Republican Congressman from Georgia, Buddy Carter. And Congressman, we have much to discuss with you when it comes to a border deal that may not actually reached the House floor for you to vote up or down on it, and as well as the impeachment of the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. But first, if we could begin with you with the conversation we were just having with Michael Zeldin, this idea that former President Trump, despite his arguments to the contrary, per this appeals court in Washington, has decided he is not immune from prosecution as a former president. Did the court make the right call here?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I have to tell you, I disagree with this, and I don't think it's the right call. However, it's obvious that the president's going to ask the Supreme Court to intercede on this and make a decision, and from that, that's why we have three separate branches of government. That's what the judicial branch is, to make these kind of decisions.
Doesn't make you question your recent endorsement, though, of the former president, Congressman?
No, not at all. Listen, this President Trump, can do so much better of a job than President Biden has done. If you look at the chaos, if you look at the southern border, if you look at the economy, and people are struggling. I know in my district, when I'm going home, those are the two things that they're asking me about. They're asking me about the economy, and they're asking me about that border. They want to see real change. We're not seeing change here with the Biden administration. We need President Trump back in office. But
Congressman, let's talk about the southern border, because do you not, as a member of the House, have right now an opportunity to actually do something about it, to see changes to asylum and parole realized, for changes that we have seen hard to find in decades, now essentially presented to you, and the House says that they don't want it? Can you help explain that thinking?
Well, first of all, that bill, as you so accurately have said, is dead on arrival. And there's a good reason for it. Look, we sent them H.R. 2. H.R. 2 is a great bill that addresses the situation. But let's keep in mind that this president has the authority to take care of what's going on at the border. This is something he created, and he is not taking care of it by executive action. If he were to put back the Remain in Mexico policy, if he were to complete the construction of the wall, all of these things that he can do, he can correct this without us having to do anything here in Congress. Now, yeah, we'd like to see some of these issues resolved that have been ongoing, and that is something that we're going to be working on, but not with this current bill. Let me ask you, how many laws do we have on the book where after a certain number of people violate that law, then we're going to start prosecuting people? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, you just said a lot there, Congressman, and I'm sort of curious by this change in politics, as Mitch McConnell himself put it, since Iowa, because it does seem that Donald Trump's frontrunner status now has changed the mood music here in Washington, D.C. Some would suggest this bill actually could have passed with Republican support if it had happened toward the end of last year. But you're going to need Democrats for anything that passes Congress, right? I realize you'd like to see the president act, but if there's a legislative answer to this, it's going to have to involve Democrats and therefore some level of compromise, no?
Obviously, with the tight majority that we have in the House, with the fact that the Senate is under Democratic majority, we have a Democrat in the White House, yes, it's going to take bipartisan work. And look, I'm not opposed to that. I've checked my record. You'll see that I've legislated and governed in a bipartisan fashion. I know how to do that, and I'm willing to do that. However, this bill that they are sending over, this border bill, is not what my constituents want. It's not what's going to be best for this country.
Can you just help explain, though, how not having anything whatsoever, no changes, is better than the current status quo? When you talk about how for your constituents the border is so top of mind, why is just some change, even if not perfect, the worst alternative to doing nothing?
Because of the other things that it does as well. And, and listen, I would beg to differ that you got to do something. Well, And, we could cause more harm, and I believe that this border bill would cause more harm if we were to enact it than it would do us good. I'm a healthcare professional, and as a consultant in nursing homes, I was always asking the question, does the benefit outweigh the risk? And in this case, I don't think the benefit outweighs the risk of all the other things that this brings in with it.
To what extent, Congressman, is Donald Trump running the House right now? This seemed to be a Republican priority until he told the Speaker that it was DOA. No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. I represent my constituents. I vote according to what my constituents feel and the way that I'm representing them, as I hope every other member of Congress does. So to think that, this is the heavy hand of Donald Trump, I think is erroneous.
Well, as we've discussed, Congressman, you may not even have a chance to vote either way on this package if it is indeed dead on arrival in the House and never will make it to the floor. But you may have a chance today to vote as to whether or not to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas. Your colleague, Congressman McClintock, today said that he is a no vote on that. In his reasoning, he put in a memo today, he said the problem is that they failed to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas committed. He says this is a stretch and distortion of the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable for what he says is stretching and distorting the law. Congressman, from your perspective, what high crimes or misdemeanors has the Homeland Security committed?
Look, Mayorkas needs to go, and I'm surprised he's lasted this long. It's bad enough the number of illegal immigrants who are coming across that border. But in my opinion, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is the drugs coming across that border, the fentanyl coming across that border, killing our citizens. 200 people every day in this country dying as a result of fentanyl poisoning. That, to me, is the reason why he should be impeached. That, to me, is why I'm going to vote to impeach him. He should be ashamed, and he should resign without us having to impeach him.
Is that because of Alejandro Mayorkas, though, or Joe Biden, Congressman? I think that's the question people have. His job is to carry out the policy of the president, right?
Well, we're very fortunate in the House to have a constitutional lawyer as our speaker. And look, our lawyers have looked over this, and they've studied this, and they have advised us that our Constitution gives the secretary in this situation authority to make changes here. If he's listening to Joe Biden, then Joe Biden should go down with him. But I'm telling you, Mayorkas has got to go. If it's bad enough with the number of illegal immigrants that are coming across that border, but the drugs that are infesting every community in America, killing 200 people every day. If we had a plane crashing that killed 200 people, we'd stop every airplane that was flying in this country until we figured out what was going wrong. Yet we lose 200 people every day to fentanyl poisoning, and we do nothing. Or this administration does nothing.
Well, Congressman, it sounds like you're a no on the border. You're a yes on impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas. Where are you on a potential government shutdown in a month? Are you worried that we're going to have to do this all over again?
Well, my hope is that we can avoid a shutdown, and I have voted for the CRs in the past, and I hope we don't have another short-term CR. I hope this is the situation, finally, where we can get this done and pass a budget for the year. But I will tell you that a shutdown is not the worst thing that could happen. The worst thing that could happen would be for us to continue with this outlandish spending that has got us $34 trillion in debt. We're spending more money right now in the United States of America. We're spending money faster than the speed of light. We spend $400,000 every second. The speed of light's only 186 miles per second.
Buddy Carter, we thank you for the time, sir. The congressman from Georgia with us. Kaylee, fascinating to speak with someone who's preparing to deliver these votes, because the mood has changed so many times, it's hard to tell where they're going here. Is the president coming out?
He is indeed. Let's listen now to President Biden.
Let's go live to the White House.
And finally fix our immigration system. For months now, that's what they've done. Working around the clock through the holidays, over the weekends. It's been an extraordinary effort by Senators Lankford, Murphy, and Sinema. The result of all this hard work is a bipartisan agreement that represents the most fair, humane reforms in our immigration system in a long time, and the toughest set of reforms to secure the border ever. Now, all indications are this bill won't even move forward to the Senate floor. Why? A simple reason: Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump thinks it's bad for him politically. Therefore, he doesn't, even though it helps the country, he's not for it. He'd rather weaponize this issue than actually solve it. So for the last 24 hours, he's done nothing, I'm told, but reach out to Republicans in the House and the Senate and threaten them and try to intimidate them to vote against this proposal. And it looks like they're caving. Frankly, they owe it to the American people to show some spine and do what they know to be right. So I want to tell the American people what's in this bill and why everyone, from the Wall Street Journal to the Border Patrol to the Chamber of Commerce, the United States Chamber of Commerce, support this bill. Because it's going to make the country safer, make the border more secure, treat people more humanely and fairly, and make legal immigration more efficient and consistent with the values of our nation and our international treaty obligations. It would finally provide the funding that I've repeatedly requested, most recently in October, to actually secure the border. That includes an additional 1,500 border agents and officers to secure the border, to physically secure it. In addition, 100 cutting-edge machines to detect and stop fentanyl at the southwest border. We have that capacity. An additional 100 additional immigration judges to help reduce the year-long asylum backlog. You show up for asylum, and the judge is supposed to talk to you. It takes a year to get that discussion going. This bill would also establish new, efficient, and fair process for the government to consider an asylum claim for those arriving at the border. Today, the process can take 5 to 7 years, as you all know. They show up at the border, get a bracelet, told them to come back when called, 5 to 7 years from now, in country. That's too long, and it's not rational. With the new policies in this bill and the additional of 4,300 more asylum officers who spend hours, I might add, with each immigrant to consider their claims, whether they qualify, we'll be able to reduce that process to 6 months, not 5 to 7 years. This bipartisan bill will also expedite work permits so those who are here and who qualify can begin work more quickly. That's something that our governors, our mayors, and our business leaders have been asking me for and asking them for. All across the country, they've been asking for this. It'll also create more opportunities for families to come together for business, to hire additional workers. And for the first time in 30 years, this bipartisan legislation increases the number of immigrant visas for people legally able to come to this country through ports of entry. And it ensures that for the first time that vulnerable, unaccompanied young children have legal representation at the border. This bill would also give me, as president, the emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. The numbers are talking over 5,000 people trying to get in one day. The bill, if the bill were law today, it would qualify to be shut down right now while we repair it. Bottom line is, this bipartisan bill is a win for America because it makes important fixes to our broken immigration system. And it's the toughest, fairest law that's ever been proposed relative to the border. Now, it doesn't address everything that I wanted. For example, we still need a path of documentation for those who are already here. And we're not walking away from true immigration reform, including permanent protections and a pathway to citizenship for young dreamers who came here when they were children and who have been good citizens and contribute so much to our country. But the reforms in this bill are essential for making our border more orderly, more humane, and more secure. That's why the Border Patrol Union, which, by the way, endorsed Donald Trump in the 2020 election, endorses this bill. These are the people whose job it is to secure the border every single solitary day. They don't just show up for photo ops like some members of Congress. They're there to do their job. This is the risk, the thing many of them risk their lives doing every single day. And they decided, the Border Patrol decided, this gives them the tools they need to do the job. More personnel across the board. It's also why the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this bill, because they know this bill is not just good for the border, it's also good for American business. and for the American economy. And it's why the Wall Street Journal endorsed the bill with the headline this morning, which reads, quote, "A border security bill worth passing. The Senate has reforms Trump never came close to getting." That's the quote from the Journal. This bill would also address two other important priorities. First, it provides urgent funding for Ukraine. I'm wearing my Ukraine tie, my Ukraine pin, which I've been wearing because they're in dire straits right now defending themselves against a Russian onslaught, a brutal conquest. The clock is ticking. Every week, every month that passes without new aid to Ukraine means fewer artillery shells, fewer air defense systems, fewer tools for Ukraine to defend itself against this Russian onslaught. Just what Putin wants. Ukrainians are fighting bravely. You know, many of you, I look around the room here, have followed me in this for a long time. I pulled together a coalition of over 50 nations to support them. On the phone, talking to these leaders. We unified NATO. Remember when we first came to office? NATO was well, they're all together and actually increased the size of NATO. We can't walk away now. That's what Putin's betting on. Supporting this bill is standing up to Putin. Opposing this bill is playing into his hands. As I've said before, the stakes on this fight extend well beyond Ukraine. If we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself to just Ukraine. And the cost for America and our allies and partners will rise. For those Republicans in Congress who think they can oppose funding for Ukraine and not be held accountable, history is watching. History is watching. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. The position of the MAGA Republicans can be characterized by the New York Times headline. First, this is the headline. It reads, "Trump first, Putin second, America third." That cannot pertain. This bipartisan agreement also provides Israel with what it needs to protect its people and defend itself against Hamas terrorists. And it will provide the necessary life-saving humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people. By opposing this bill, they're denying aid to the people who are really suffering and desperately need help. You know, there's more work to get this done over the finish line, and I want to be clear. Doing nothing is not an option. Republicans have to decide. For years, they said they want to secure the border. Now they have the strongest border bill this country has ever seen. We're seeing statements about how many oppose the bill now. Look, I understand the former president is desperately trying to stop this bill because he's not interested in solving the border problem. He wants a political issue to run against me on. They've all but said that across the board. No one really denies that I'm aware of. The American people want a solution that puts an end to the empty political rhetoric which has failed to do anything for so long. We have to get the resources to the border to get the job done. So Republicans have to decide, who do they serve? Donald Trump or the American people? Are they here to solve problems or just weaponize those problems for political purposes? I know my answer. I serve the American people. I'm here to solve problems. Just months ago, the Republicans were asking for this exact bill to deal with the border, to provide support for Ukraine and Israel. And now it's here. And they're saying, never mind, never mind. Folks, we've got to move past this toxic politics. It's time to stop playing games with the world waiting and watching. And by the way, the world is waiting, the world is watching. They are waiting and watching what we're going to do. We can't continue to let petty partisan politics get in the way of our responsibility. We're a great nation. It's not acting like a great nation. So I'm calling on Congress to pass this bill. Get it to my desk immediately. But if the bill fails, I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed. I'll be taking this issue to the country. And the voters are going to know that it's not just a moment, just at the moment, we're going to secure the border and fund these other programs. Trump and the MAGA Republicans said no, because they're afraid of Donald Trump. afraid of Donald Trump. Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends. It's time for Republicans in the Congress to show a little courage, to show a little spine, to make it clear to the American people that you work for them, not for anyone else. I know who I work for. I work for the American people. In moments like this, we have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. You've heard me say it many times. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. We're right on the verge of doing it together. I hope and pray they find reason to reconsider blowing this up. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Folks, you're going to ask me questions. Hang on a second. I'm going to be back on Thursday. I don't want to prejudice what may be going on in negotiations now. So I'm not going to be answering any questions of this. I'll be back Thursday to stand here with you and answer all the questions you want about this issue. Thank you.
What needs to get done for the hostage deal to get resolved, sir?
This indirectly has a lot to do with the hostage deal and what's going on in the Middle East. The decision on what we do relative to Israel, the decision what we do in terms of American funding, of whether we're going to engage with the situation in Ukraine. It all goes to the question of American power. It all goes to, does America keep its word? Does America move forward? There is some movement, and I don't want to maybe choose my words. There's some movement. There's been a response from there's been a response from the opposition, but yes, I'm sorry, from Hamas, but it seems to be
almost there.
A little over the top. We're not sure where it is. There's continuing negotiation right now.
Mr. President, if this bill fails, would you consider supporting something separate that just addresses Israel or Ukraine?
I'm not going to concede that now. We need it all. The rest of the world's looking at us, and they really are.
Mr. President,
first, this Congress does not have immunity, Mr. President. Your reaction to that ruling?
Speaking live from the state dining room at the White House, President Biden opening and closing with references to Donald Trump, Kaylee. That was pretty straightforward talk from the president, saying that Trump would rather weaponize the border issue than solve it. He took this straight to the former president, said he'd be bringing the message on the road for the rest of the year. Of course, before a vote even takes place, it just is assumed that it will fail tomorrow.
Yeah, he said that if the bill fails, he wants to be absolutely clear that the American people will know why it failed, going on to say they will know every day between now and the election the border will not be secure because of one man, Donald Trump, and his MAGA Republicans. He said that Republicans essentially have to decide, in the president's words, who do they serve, Donald Trump or the American people?
I think we just got a news conference announced there as well. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but it sounds like we will have one on Thursday, waiting, of course, for that cloture vote tomorrow. The president trying not to jeopardize or influence what's left of potentially any negotiations. To his point, let's assemble our panel here, Kaylee. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano have been listening along, Bloomberg Politics contributors, and with us now. Rick, that was pretty strong language, as you heard us just repeat here. Going so far as to say that Republicans are caving because they are afraid of Trump. Is he right?
You know, it interjects a level of partisanship into the debate today that I think he could have avoided. I mean, this is almost like the bill's dead and I'm going to blame somebody, not my last chance to try and get the bill across the goal line. And you know, you wonder, why wasn't this done the day the bill was announced and give it some cover? rather than the day that the Senate, day before the Senate is supposed to take a vote and potentially lose a cloture. None of it makes any sense to me, but look, I mean, this is kind of the politics of the day. A little too little, too late.
But Rick, is there anything the president could have said in these remarks that would change the likelihood of this deal actually passing? It seems that in large part minds are already made up. Minds may have been made up long before we even actually got the text.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the things he could have done was invited the leadership of the House and Senate over to the White House this afternoon and said, you've got a bill that covers Israel. We've got a security bill in the Senate that covers more. Why can't we find common ground? This is not a bad starting place. And if you think this doesn't meet your requirements, then let's work on, figuring out how to make that bill something that you can pass in the House. I mean, like, why not try to get everybody together and force it? I mean, part of the pitch that the president just made is on unity, but he seems like a bystander to unity rather than a facilitator.
What do you think, Jeannie? You were with us at this time yesterday, suggesting that Joe Biden address the American people and say some of the very things we just heard. This bill endorsed by the Wall Street Journal, by the Chamber of Commerce. But will it make any difference now that he's done it?
I think it's critically important. He has to be clear, and he was there on what is going on. He has to tell the American public the reality of this is that this is the toughest bill we have seen on the border since 1920. It is exactly the bill Republicans asked for when they injected this issue into the issue of funding Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The Republicans asked to include border security. He agreed. They got the bill they wanted, and then they ran away. Why? Because Donald Trump said to, because it's not in his interest. There are three things Donald Trump wants to run on: border, economy, and crime. The economy is getting away from Donald Trump because the numbers look very good. So now he's trying to take credit for it. If he loses the border, he can only run on crime. He doesn't want that to happen. And so what is he doing? He is strong-arming and pushing members of the Senate and the House that they will be on the receiving end of primary challenges and out of the MAGA camp if they don't vote the way he wants. And we have seen them all fall in line. The president is right to call that out. We all have to be clear on what is happening here because there's nothing else happening here. They are choosing politics over the very policy and security at the border they wanted. This doesn't have, to the president's point, dreamers or anything that Democrats want. Liberals oppose this bill for that reason. But it's a security bill much needed. And the president rather said exactly what he should have said to put on the line for the American people what is going on there. We shouldn't only be listening to Donald Trump go on and on all day. We should hear from the president more. And I hope he says this and keeps saying it every day after this, because it is an important point that he's making.
Well, and we'll expect, as the president suggested, to hear more from him on this issue on Thursday, Jeannie. But as you talk about how this issue needs to be addressed, arguably that has been the case for some time now. And we are in 2024. Biden has been the president for 3 years. Is there not a counterpoint to be made that if he really thought it was that critical to do something about the border, that he should have done so already? Do Republicans not have a point on that?
Well, let's not forget, Joe Biden first act in office when he was inaugurated was a comprehensive immigration reform bill. He has passed more executive orders than Donald Trump by far on the issue of the border. But if the Republicans want to make the argument that you're suggesting that he should do more, why don't they join him in doing more? And that is what he's asking. He is agreeing to every single thing they asked for. This is a security bill only, and they are turning away. And as the Wall Street Journal said, they should take the win. They should move forward. It's much needed, but they aren't doing it because of politics. And we all know that. And so they have no other argument to make on this except that they are going to try to seek cover by saying he should do more. But if you want him to do more, start with the bill you wanted, get that through, and then ask for more. But they aren't going to do that.
Rick, it looks like Speaker Johnson is going to try for this standalone Israel funding bill today. He will try to do so under suspension. The president has already issued a veto threat, so, of course, nothing matters in Washington. If this cloture vote on the border deal fails tomorrow, and this fails tonight, or doesn't see the light of day in the Senate? Or is this conversation over? Is Mitch McConnell waiting in the wings with a Ukraine standalone bill? What happens next?
Yeah, as you point out, this House vote, because it's on suspension, has to get 2/3 majority. Extremely difficult, especially considering that the Democrats have said they're not going to aid in the support of that. So you're right. Two big losses for what otherwise would have been funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. So what do you do after that? I think that Republicans and Democrats alike in the Senate are going to retreat back and say, okay, now maybe we do something without a border package attached to it. You know, everybody was invested in trying to finally get something done on the border, but I think after this episode, if it does fail in the Senate tomorrow, I think people have to start thinking about what our strategic interests are in places like Ukraine and Israel, and they have to come to the table with an earnest effort to try and pass a package that solves that problem and gets those things funded. Ukraine is in a desperate strait right now, and it would be absolute disarmament by the U.S. In favor of Russia to not act accordingly right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Jeannie, of course, the House is expected to vote on a standalone Israel package that would provide more than $17 billion in funding without offsets, like pulling money from the IRS. And we actually just had a statement drop from the majority leader, Chuck Schumer, that says he's made clear to Speaker Johnson the only way to get all these things done, speaking of both Israel and Ukraine aid, is through bipartisanship. If that standalone Israel package passes in the House, should the Senate pass it as well, even if it doesn't have everything they want? At least it's something that could get done.
You know, I think they really should try to get those all together, because Ukraine and Israel in particular, but also add Taiwan, go hand in hand. So I would hope they could get those together. But given this is a standalone bill, I'd rather see something than nothing. But I know that is not where the president is, and I know that is not where most Democrats are. So because for the reasons Rick just pointed out, Ukraine is in a very difficult position right now. We have to get the funding we promised them over there. And that's, most Republicans and Democrats agree on that. So I would hope they would do at least those two things together. But if not, I think the aid to Israel is critically important. So if they can only get that, that would be, my view would be to pass them individually then. But again, I'm probably not in the majority on that one.
Mm-hmm. Jeannie Shanzano, Rick Davis, great conversation. Thank you both for the insights today on another breaking news day in Washington. Bloomberg Politics contributors. Kaylee, fascinating insights from both. They agree on a lot here, actually, and we're going to unpack a lot of this conversation coming up with a former U.S. ambassador to Mexico, who I'm guessing has pretty strong feelings about this, too.
Yeah, very much looking forward to our conversation with Mr. Landau in just a few moments. First, though, Joe, it's about market check time. So we got to get over to Charlie Pellet with a look at what's going down on Wall Street today. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. Indeed, day of fast-moving developments out of Washington. I'm watching developments on Wall Street. Got to begin with Fed speakers. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari is celebrating the recent pullback inflation, but he says the central bank has not yet reached its goal. Treasuries do remain higher after Fed Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester suggested she is not in a rush to begin cutting rates. Right now we've got the 10-year 4.09% with the 2-year 4.38%. Stocks are trading mixed. The S&P is higher now, up 5. That is a gain of about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 89, up 0.2%. NASDAQ down 28, a drop there of 0.2%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce to $2,035, a gain there of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up now by about 0.9%. WTI trading at 73.40 a barrel on WTI. Another worry for Boeing executives who have spent the past month grappling with the aftermath of a near catastrophe on an airborne 737 MAX jet. Boeing's largest union is demanding a 40% pay raise over 3 or 4 years, emboldened by a recent U.S. labor movement, a scarcity of qualified aerospace workers, and pressure on Boeing to stabilize work in its factories. Boeing shares up, though, by 1.4%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P holding on to a gain right now of 3 points. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Kaylee and Joe in Washington.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Of course, Joe, we just heard from the President of the United States on the border deal that he has agreed to with Senate negotiators. That seems like it may very well be dead in the Senate, not just dead on arrival in the House. The President making the case that there are many strict measures in there, the strictest we have seen proposed potentially in decades. And yet ultimately, because in his words, former President Trump wants to be able to weaponize this issue rather than solve it, he does not think that it will perhaps cross the finish line for that reason.
Well, yeah, look, we've talked about sticking points a lot when it came to issues like parole and redefining asylum. These were the things that we weren't supposed to be able to figure out, and they actually did. You might not like the bill, but there are compromises on both of those, along with enhanced rights to send undocumented immigrants back to their home countries. So you wonder if it's as simple as Donald Trump leaning on this, Kaylee, because this would have been considered a breakthrough, it seems like, in any other political world.
Yes, but we know that the political climate can change very, very quickly from one administration to the next, even 1 month to the next, because that's how it goes here.
You know, it was Rick
Washington.
Davis who said it was Iowa. When we were talking about Donald Trump flooring everybody in Iowa, that was the moment that the mood music changed.
Yeah, well, as we talk about how things have changed to the current administration from the former administration, we want to bring now someone who formerly served under that administration. Former Ambassador Chris Lando is with us. He served as the U.S. ambassador to Mexico during the Trump administration from 2019 to 2021. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us today. As we just heard President Biden outline, there are many potentially substantive policy changes here. He said that if this were to actually become law today, the border would be shut down because there would be enough crossings happening that it would require that. There are changes here to asylum and parole. Is it not enough? Why is it not enough?
Thank you, Kaylee and Joe. It's a pleasure to be with you and your audience today. I mean, this bill is a travesty. I have to say that this is basically the Biden re-election bill. I mean, to now, after 3 years.
What parts specifically?
Specifically, the parts that, first of all, give the president a lot of discretion in terms of even this emergency thing. The president can override that emergency provision. It actually locks in these provisions where it looks to me like the president can't close the border unless there is 4,000 people a day, which is 1.4 million a year. I mean, let's just take a step back. In the Trump administration, the border was under control. All these EO executive orders and regulations that Biden made opened the border and incentivized people to come here in numbers like we've never seen in our history. Give me a break. Now, in the election year, after 3 years and maybe 10 to 12 million people having come in illegally, now the president says he takes this seriously. I mean, he has authority. In fact, he has the obligation to detain people who are in their country illegally. He hasn't done that. I mean, this bill is, something that basically codifies Biden's disregard of the law and actually waters down current immigration law in a lot of ways. I mean, the president has the obligation, again, not to let any of these people in. It doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 a day. It's like you give a guard the responsibility and the duty to guard your house and say, nobody can come in illegally to my house. The guard then decides to throw a massive party in the house and invite all kinds of people in. And then you pass a bill saying, well, okay, just keep the decibel levels down to these levels and do this and that. I mean, no, the president had all the authority he needed to do this. Asylum reform is a separate kettle of fish that can be done in a regulatory capacity by the president, saying if you transit through a third country where you can get asylum from the danger you claim to face, you can't claim asylum in the States. I mean, this is all stuff.
Well, so, Mr. Ambassador, it sounds to me, I'm sorry to interrupt. It sounds, listening to you, like this is an issue of maybe timing, or maybe like this was a big waste of time to begin with. H.R. 2 passed the House. It sounds like that might be a little bit more in line with what you're looking for, but we need Democrats to vote on this. So was there never a legislative answer? You're saying this should be handled by the president through executive order. Am I right?
Yeah, I think, frankly, a lot of the problem can be handled by the president through executive order, particularly shutting down the asylum loophole, because the asylum provisions have basically swallowed up all of immigration law. Everybody knows this. I mean, that 99%
But they redefined asylum. We didn't think we'd ever see that. So is that not a good part of this proposal? This is something that a couple of months ago we were told would never happen.
But you don't need a legislative fix for asylum. The current asylum law is actually fine. It says you have to have a reasonable fear of persecution based on certain narrow criteria. It's all the regulatory framework that's been put on top of that and the procedures that allow people to come in here, say some magic words, and then be basically told, okay, see you in 10 years at your asylum hearing. I mean, that can't possibly be the way it works, because that's a magnet for people to make bogus asylum claims. That's what we have now. I mean,
so they
people are coming up at the border and surrendering themselves to make asylum claims.
I'd like to ask you, while we have just a minute or two left with you, Mr. Former Ambassador, knowing that you aren't just the former ambassador to Mexico, but also an attorney. We separately got news related to former President Trump today from the appeals court here in Washington that he is not, despite his claims to the contrary, immune from prosecution in the case brought by Jack Smith as a former president. They say that he is not now former President Trump, he is citizen Trump, and therefore will be treated accordingly. What do you make of this ruling?
There's two issues here. The first is whether former presidents have any immunity at all for any kinds of action, for a drone strike they may order, for any kind of thing. The district court said no, that basically any president can be put on criminal trial by anybody for anything that they did during their administration. The appeals court had a narrower ruling. What they said is that the specific indictments against President Trump just are not things that are within the president's purview at all for his official actions. I think, frankly, that seems like a very sketchy decision for me, that the appeals court as a matter of law would say that all of the allegations in the indictments are not even plausibly in the president's purview. So I think this is a very flawed decision from my quick look at it. It's a 57-page opinion that just came down this morning.
Yeah.
But it seems to me a very aggressive opinion, limiting presidential immunity.
Mr. Ambassador, we appreciate your joining us to talk about two stories shifting beneath our feet. Chris Landau with us, the former U.S. ambassador to Mexico in the Trump administration, one of the many voices we're hearing from today in our conversation on Bloomberg. Wonder what will break next, Kaylee. We still have 10 minutes to go.
Oh, God. Cross your fingers for us.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's been around here. Coming up, we're going to talk to Nathan Dean, who's gauging odds on a government shutdown less than a month away. We'll have that next. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We call him Dad around here at Balance of Power for a lot of reasons. I know terminal users are asking about this. You would be his client. That's Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Running odds always on legislation that matters, or sometimes lack of legislation. That would be the government shutdown looming on the 1st of March. Remembering, Kaylee, it's a staggered, laddered shutdown, so it actually starts the 1st and completes on the 8th. And I don't know. We've been talking to a lot of lawmakers around here, and we can't seem to get anything done, never mind write a whole budget in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, there have been some things they agreed to. The top line figures, actually how that will be appropriated among the different packages, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's all easily said and done, especially when you have Super Tuesday and the President's State of the Union address falling in between these two deadlines. It's not going to be a busy first week of March at all.
No, not at all. So, we seek the voice of wisdom in Nathan Dean. I think you were at, good to see you, by the way, 60 to 70% last time we talked, but I know this is fluid. What does it look like now?
Yeah, so we don't actually think there's going to be a government shutdown, even for the March 1st date. I mean, there's just really no strategy to it at this point. I mean, there's really no plan of action. I mean, essentially, folks down in Capitol Hill right now are just living for the next day. And so we think what will happen is that come February, remember, the Senate and the House, they're not together all that much in the month of February. Eventually, they're just going to start thinking about the elections. They're going to start thinking about kicking the can down the road. They're going to get that itch, to kick the can. Now, where it comes with this border security Ukraine-Israel deal. Now, we think the border security deal is essentially dead. You've been running, lots of speakers all this afternoon talking about that. But for Ukraine and Israel, and this is what's most important to us here when we look at the companies and the industries, we still think Ukraine and Israel do have an opportunity to move ahead as part of this funding package. And eventually, nothing in this shutdown threat or this, Ukraine-Israel fight is really going to hold the feet to the fire to these politicians other than this April 30th sequester, which is 1% cut, including the Department of Defense. So whether they kick the can or down the road or not, ultimately, we think a deal gets done.
Okay, so while we've been paying attention to all these deals, potential deals on Capitol Hill, we maybe have looked over, at least to this part, the fact that something else was happening on Capitol Hill today. In the House, before the Financial Services Committee, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen was testifying officially as the check-in on the FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council. But what did she say? Did anything interesting come from her today that we haven't already kind of heard her and others in the administration reiterating repeatedly over the last significant time now?
Yeah, so I think there's three things. One, she talked about this thing of non-banks systemically institution designation. And this is primarily geared towards BlackRock. And, they've made steps to make it seem like they were going to deem BlackRock a systemically important financial institution and then give them more requirements. But she made comments today that this isn't the preferred choice. So if I'm BlackRock or I'm a hedge fund or private equity fund, maybe you can breathe a little bit easier. She talked about crypto bills. She talked about how she needed to give the CFTC spot market authority. This is something that Patrick McHenry, the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, wanted. I don't think they're going to get it this year. We have low odds on that. We have higher odds on a stablecoin bill, and Patrick McHenry was pushing this as well. But the third thing is the Basel III endgame. They asked her flat out, do you support the Basel III endgame as proposed, yes or no? And she refused to give an answer. Now, I think what she's doing here is she's giving the regulators flexibility because everybody in town is against this proposal. We struggle to find proponents other than some of the more advocacy groups out there. So I think what will happen is that she's giving the Fed flexibility to go back, make these substantial changes to this proposal, and then eventually try and repropose it in June.
I just love that we're calling it FSOC on the air. This is the most Washington show ever conceived for TV or radio. The Soup 2 GWAC conference, we'll talk more about that coming up as well. Great to see you, as always, thanks, Nathan Dean. We're his client here, as we say. We'll explain the dad thing another time. I feel like we'll have more time.
Sure.
Another day, Kaylee. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. This is Balance of Power live from Washington as we prepare to hand the baton to New York. Bloomberg Business Week starts in just a couple of minutes. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic standing by at World Headquarters. And Carol, I don't know, any other day, Janet Yellen would probably been a lead story around here on Bloomberg, but there's been so much else since we woke up this morning that we're spinning plates again.
I don't know how you guys are keeping track of it, to be quite honest, because the headlines, certainly of all things related to D.C. and politics, U.S. politics in particular, it's kind of on our radar, no doubt about it. Today, we're thinking about also some of the names, the particular names like Boeing, which up on Capitol Hill, FAA head talking about Boeing, more oversight, boots on the ground. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper because it just feels like, right, Tim, that they just can't seem to get ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is, how Calhoun cleans up this mess and convinces customers, those are the airlines, of course, not the people who fly on the airlines, that these things are worth spending billions of dollars on to keep them in their fleet. It's, a duopoly between Airbus and Boeing, but Boeing has a lot of work to do to get customer trust back.
Yeah, and they were only just beginning to rebuild it after the first grounding of the 737 MAX several years ago. I also say this with the disclosure that I am a terrible flyer and don't generally like being on airplanes. So
I want to know if people are buckling up on their own now. I want to talk to a flight attendant to find out if they, because everyone just ignores the whole thing and they put the slot into the tab while they're standing there in the aisle feeling ridiculous.
The whole time through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
You and me
think, Carol,
both,
we all are. Maybe you guys already were. But, Tim,
Yeah.
has that not changed the way you think when you sit down on the plane?
After what happened on January 5th, I certainly think differently about wearing a seatbelt at all times when you're seated. You're supposed to wear it at all times when you're seated, right? And you're only supposed to take the seatbelt off when you're walking around. But come on, who among us hasn't been guilty of, not putting it back on when you come back, right?
Yeah.
I follow the rules, man.
Yeah. Except for
I'm not going to ask you about airplane mode if that's where you were going, Carol.
Exactly.
I see you, Carol Master. All right, Kaylee, I'll meet you back here at Balance of Power, 5 o'clock Washington time. You're in the good hands of Carol and Tim because Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer.
I love looking at different things that are going on in our economy. The Fed president's kind of battle it out about what's going to happen next.
And Tim Stenevec.
This story really struck a chord with me. The cost of education. Consumers are out there spending money. They have jobs, and they're continuing to spend money.
On Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stenevec. Let's get to the setup at this hour on this Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Bonds bouncing back after a two-day rout. The focus for investors, Fed speakers, next economic reports here in the U.S., any interesting earnings releases or CEO commentary. We've got a bunch coming after the closing bell today. We are day-to-day, Tim, just like the U.S. Central Bank.
Yeah, eye out for Ford earnings crossing just after the bell. Also, speaking of company news, Boeing, again on our radar, certainly top of mind for us and our audience. This as the FAA chief weighing in on the need to have more boots on the ground at Boeing and for Boeing to be held accountable.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Plus, seemingly everyone says U.S. politics is one of the big risks of this year. That includes the legal wranglings of former President Donald Trump. Some headlines on that as well today. We'll get the latest. We'll break it down, what that means as he continues to move forward against some of these legal cases.
Also, we know this small business, it is the backbone of the U.S. economy. It's responsible for 2 out of every 3 jobs that are generated. We're going to check in with one small business owner for a snapshot of this crucial sector.
Day-to-day data points, right? Whether it's U.S. government or macro or company, these are important to figure out kind of what the Fed does next. And Taylor, yeah, we love you. We know we're living in your world. You're topping the charts, social world. Also, you're topping the list of the biggest carbon dioxide polluters in 2022. Probably not so good, Tim.
Not so good, and she doesn't want people to follow her plane anymore. We're going to talk a little bit about that.
All right, first up, though, let's get a check on the day's trade. Your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Lots going on. We got you covered. The Dow, the S&P, they are both higher right now. NASDAQ remains in the red, right to the numbers. 5-point jump right now for the S&P 500 index, up by about 0.1% off session lows. Dow Industrials up 104, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, down now by 0.2%. 10-year 4.08% with a 2-year 4.38%. Gold up 0.5%, 20.35 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 73.39 right now. for a barrel of WTI. Palantir Technologies says demand for its artificial intelligence products is driving sales. It also gave a higher than expected profit outlook for 2024. Palantir surging now by 29%. Just talking about the airline industry, Embraer raised to investment grade by S&P. The outlook stable. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Also another worry for Boeing executives. Its largest union, the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, will demand a 40% pay raise over 3 or 4 years. Boeing shares, they're higher today by 1.6%. And briefly, Spirit AeroSystems Holdings, the top supplier to plane maker Boeing, is withholding financial guidance for this year as it waits for clarity on production plans for the 737 MAX model. Palantir, our shares of Spirit AeroSystems Holdings, they're up today by 6.4%. That Palantir definitely worth repeating, up now by 29.1% after earnings. I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots to cover. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Many thanks, in fact, for that Boeing setup, because it's another big day in which we find Boeing once again in the spotlight, this time up on Capitol Hill. The Federal Aviation Administration's top official pledging to hold Boeing accountable for any quality lapses as the agency examines the U.S. plane makers' manufacturing processes following a near disaster on an Alaska Airlines flight last month. Here's FAA Administrator Mike Whitaker before U.S. lawmakers earlier today.
The events of January 5th, it really created two issues for us. One, what's wrong with this airplane? But two, what's going on with the production at Boeing? And there have been issues in the past, and they don't seem to be getting resolved. So we feel like we need to have a heightened level of oversight.
That's FAA Administrator Mike Whitaker before U.S. lawmakers earlier today. Boeing shares, they are up now, but are down nearly 16% since news of the incident. Meantime, another new risk looms, a labor rift 10 years in the making. And also, yesterday, news on some misdrilled holes on the 737. Carol, let's get to the interview.
Let's do it. With us, George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst out there in our BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Also back with us, Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter Peter Robison. He's also author of Flying Blind, the 737 MAX tragedy in the fall of Boeing. He's on Zoom out there in Seattle. All right, FAA oversight. What more are we learning? And George, let's start with you about the tone and tenor of the FAA when it comes to Boeing.
I mean, I think what we heard today was the administrator told us that until now it's been largely auditing and not sort of a physical presence at Boeing, and now they're gonna have an increased presence or physical presence at Boeing and at Spirit AeroSystems. I think there's still a lot more to be learned here. Right there in the middle of conducting some surveys and such that I think are going to guide what level of oversight they're actually physically going to have on the ground, but there's absolutely going to be a presence of the FAA, again, at Spirit and at Boeing.
I want to bring in Peter Robison, the author of Flying Blind, the 737 MAX tragedy and the fall of Boeing. He joins us on Zoom from Seattle. Hey, Peter, just a headline crossing in the last few minutes that Boeing's key 737 supplier, that's Spirit AeroSystems, to tie CEO pay closer to quality. There's a long history of Spirit AeroSystems and Boeing going back many, many years. Ultimately, it was spun off just about 20 years ago, close to 20 years ago at this point, I should say. Does tying executive pay to quality, is that the type of thing that will move the needle here?
I mean, it's certainly something that you would hope does, change CEO behavior. As you pointed out, this is a problem that's been many, many years in the making. Where many of these 737 production problems are happening is at a separate company called Spirit, which Boeing used to own, and it was Boeing Wichita. And since then, Spirit has had a very difficult time keeping costs low enough and meeting the pressure to keep costs low as part of as it's positioned in a different part of the production system.
Right, we do have another headline from the Spirit Aero CEO now behaving as if we were part of Boeing. Also, that Boeing 737 MAX 9 accident report released by U.S. investigators. So we'll look for some more headlines on that. Having said that, Peter, this 737 MAX program, why are there so many ongoing issues? It's just because it's the dominant program for Boeing right now, or what is it?
I think it does go back all those decades. It's Boeing's attempt to change its entire production system, and it really lost control of the production system. This incredibly important part of Boeing that makes the fuselage was no longer part of Boeing. So when you're dealing with a different company, you have an extra layer of overhead, you have an extra layer of management. You have a lot of wrinkles in the process that weren't there before, and as that headline suggests, if this company were part of Boeing, some of these issues may not have happened. You had a lot of rework happening, arguments over the rework. It created a lot of difficult coordination issues that both companies are still wrestling with.
Peter, does it call into question Boeing's suppliers with other relationships as well, and sort of the whole structure of the way that a plane is put together? It's the sum of its parts, and Boeing is doing the ultimate manufacturing, but these parts come from all over the world.
It does, and just referring to another one of those headlines, which is a story by my colleague asking for a 40% raise in their next contract. That's really a result of Boeing squeezing them very hard the last time this contract was negotiated in 2014, where those workers had to take a 4% increase in pay over essentially a decade. And many studies have shown that the experience of your labor workforce in aerospace directly affects productivity, and there's a strong correlation there. And at Spirit, especially after the pandemic, they lost a number of workers trying to retrain new workers, and that's very costly and difficult, and it leads to a lot of work being done out of sequence, which increases the risk of quality problems.
All right, we fixed our technical glitch that we had with our George Ferguson. Obviously, glitches are much easier sometimes for us to fix than Boeing. We understand that there are a lot of moving parts and a lot at play. George, of course, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst out there at RBI headquarters in Princeton. You've been listening to the conversation here. You do wonder, and we've talked with you before, George, and I just want to mention NTSB now, a headline says Alaska Air Boeing MAX 9 door plug was missing the bolt. So obviously, we're just going to continue to get some headlines here. When you think about this program, this way forward for Boeing, it's so important, obviously that they get it right. But I also think about the importance as being the largest U.S. exporter, right, of the United, how important it is for the U.S. as a country, as a government, that Boeing kind of gets its act together as well.
I think it's critically important. They are our aerospace champion. We want to be a competitor in commercial aerospace, commercial aircraft manufacturing. There's lots of countries around the world that want to be in this business as well. The Chinese want to be in the business with COMAC. They're working on coming up the curve in the business. The Japanese do a lot of subcontracting to Boeing. I think, they have one of their own airplanes they were trying to develop a couple of years ago. They'd like to be in the business. The Brazilians have their aircraft. Everybody knows that it's high-value manufacturing. It's good-paying jobs. I think it's good for the economy of these countries, build strength in their engineering talent pool. And so I think it's critical that the U.S. maintains a lead in this business. It's a strong source of economic activity.
George, help me understand a little perspective. We're good about doing that here at Bloomberg in terms of context. And I think about my dad, who was an engineer, aerospace, said it's probably safer to get in a plane than it is to get in your car. Having said that, when there's an accident, it really, and rightfully so, gets a lot of attention. I mean, how do you think about what's happening with Boeing against kind of the broader plane industry? I mean, how do you kind of put it in its place, if you will?
So, I mean, if you think about sort of the broader manufacturing industry, one of the ways I think about Boeing is that, I think going back to your other speaker too, it's, this is one of those industries where people really, really matter. It's not in the U.S., I think a lot of times we like to build jigs or we use capital equipment, tools that help the worker build a product and help control the quality as we make that product. And that works really well for things like auto manufacturing, where you're putting 400,000 units through a factory in a year. These are not factories that are that high of volume, so it's hard to get machine tools, customized machine tools to pay for themselves. And sometimes a lot of the curves and situations you're manufacturing are really hard to get access to. So it's hard for a machine tool there too. Actually, the Spirit CEO talked about that today on the call. So it comes down to having really skilled people on the line that can do the job. And that means you have to build into them. You have to train them. You also have to make sure there's strong supervision of them. And I think before the pandemic, we had enough of the older talent pool in aerospace manufacturing that maybe we didn't need as much supervision. Maybe we didn't need as much training because they've been there for years and years and years. That's turned over since then. And so now that old playbook doesn't work anymore. Plus, a lot more of this supply chain is going international. And now, these companies have to control for what's coming out of factories in Malaysia and in Korea and in Japan. So
Peter,
it's become a lot more complex.
Yeah, it is a lot more complex. It's something that we've spoken a lot about, especially now that these engineers, if you're interested in this type of thing, you're not just going to go look at Boeing as a place to work after college. You could go work for SpaceX, you could go work for Blue Origin, you could go work for many of the number of companies down in Southern California that are doing really interesting stuff. Boeing has a lot of competition for talent. Hey, Peter, I want to bring you back in here and just talk a little bit about the defense portion of Boeing and how that kind of changes the story. Last year, Boeing brought in $25 billion in revenue from defense, space, and security. It's an absolutely huge government contractor. How does that change the story about the way lawmakers are thinking about Boeing and what it needs to do to dig itself out of this hole?
Well, I mean, you could make an argument that it's too big to fail. It's so critical to the military and to, as George was saying, to the industrial base of the country, that there needs to be a solution of some kind worked out. And it's especially telling that Boeing moved its headquarters to Arlington, Virginia, which perhaps shows where it expects to be spending a lot of its time and resources in coming years.
All right, so then the story on the Bloomberg about, kind of one of the next risks for Boeing specifically is a fight with its largest union, long in the making. So, George, they're looking for 40% pay raises. They're willing, it sounds like, to go on strike. They don't want to do it. But are they right in these pay demands? And how does that kind of squeeze Boeing even more?
I mean, look, labor is getting these kind of increases, at other places besides Boeing. Spirit AeroSystems labor already got their increase as well. They live in an environment that was much more inflationary. They've gone through a patch of inflation that's raised prices, compared to pre-pandemic. And so I do think they deserve it. And these contracts only come up every so often. Like you said, it's been a decade in the making. Mm-hmm. So their union leaders aren't going to walk away from an increase here just because Boeing is having some challenges. Those workers can go other places. Like you said, there's other aerospace manufacturers they can go to. There's tech companies up in the Northwest. Those workers need to get paid what the prevailing rate is, and yeah, they deserve it, and they're probably going to get it.
Peter, come on in on the labor issue and what you think that might mean for Boeing going forward.
You could argue that the leverage is in the union's hands this time. In 2014, it was very low inflation. Boeing had the work for the 777X, which it was threatening to move out of state, and that was seen as a real serious risk to many people in the union. So they sort of grudgingly went along with the package. Now, Boeing critically needs these workers to dig itself out of this hole. So it's hard to see this not leading to the union having a lot of leverage in these talks.
Hey, guys, one last question. Just got about 45, 50 seconds left here. George, the overhang of this, I don't know, how are you looking at it? Is this going to be 6 months from now we're still talking about this, or 6 months do you think Boeing will have turned the corner? Just quickly.
Well, I think the costs are going to last for a while, and quality needs to be fixed long term. So we'll be talking about this in 6 months.
Peter, come on in on that as well.
I also expect to be talking about this in 6 months. The union contract expires in September.
Peter, I think there's a second book here. I'm just going to say. Guys, certainly a story that is an important one and one that we continue to really appreciate your input. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson out there on BI headquarters in Princeton, and Peter Robison, Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter, author of Flying Blind.
And if you are just joining us, we should note a headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The Boeing 737 MAX in Alaska Air accident back on January 5th was missing bolts, 4 bolts that acted as a fail fail-safe mechanism to hold a panel in place weren't installed on the Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet. That's according to a preliminary report from the National Transportation Safety Board.
Meantime, shares of Boeing, folks, they're up about 1.5%, just off their highs of this session, but we'll continue to obviously monitor anything that comes out of that government report about that incident. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 2:21 the time right now on Wall Street. U.S. stocks are trading mixed. We've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ back in the red for the S&P, lower for NASDAQ as well. The world's largest bond market bounced back after a two-day rout with a $54 billion sale of notes, drawing solid demand. Traders focused on a slew of Fed speakers for clues about the rate outlook. 10-year right now, 4.08% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.39%. S&P lower by 3, down 0.1%. We've got the Dow up 44, higher by 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 60, a drop there of 0.4%. Spot gold up 0.5%, 20.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 72.94 for a barrel of WTI. 2% move for Bitcoin right now at 43,194. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is urging financial institutions institutions, regulators, and market participants to deepen their expertise and monitoring capacity in the field of artificial intelligence. And not just financial institutions, now Bumble, that is the dating app where women make the first move, is launching Deception Detector, an AI-powered shield against fake profiles. Bumble shares they're higher now by 4%. Recapping, stocks are mixed, S&P lower now by 1 point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. We can all sleep at night again. All right, good to know that. Got to get to some news when it comes to U.S. politics. Former President Donald Trump can be prosecuted for trying to overturn the 2020 U.S. election. A federal appeals court ruled that earlier today, rejecting his claim that a president is immune from criminal charges. Have to say, watching the weekend talk shows, everybody was obsessed with when we got this decision and what the decision would be.
Well, now we know
We're
it.
not done yet,
Now
though.
we know it, and we know the decision. And it was a unanimous decision by a 3-judge panel with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, moving him closer to trial before November's presidential election. This, as the former president seeks a return to the White House, also marks a watershed moment in the federal prosecution of Trump for conspiring to reverse his loss in the last election.
All right, so let's get more on the legal implications, the timetable as well. A lot going on here. Bloomberg News U.S. legal reporter Eric Larson is with us, along with Bloomberg News legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law and Bloomberg Radio, June Grosso, both in studio. June, kick it off for us. First up, the decision. Lay it out exactly what we got today.
And why it probably took a month is this is a resounding decision. It covers every single aspect. It covers history, the text, precedent, the Constitution. It draws from all those different sources to say that all Donald Trump's arguments, and they went through each one. For example, he had a separation of powers argument. And they said, well, if we went with that separation of powers argument, then there'd be no way that any branch could control the president. He'd have absolute authority. And then they went to, we talked about that impeachment argument that they had they really stressed at the oral arguments that it would have to be that he was impeached and convicted if they wanted him to then be tried. And they said basically, after all the legalese, the founders knew how to grant somebody criminal, immunity from prosecution if they wanted to, and they didn't. So they just took the policy arguments, they just one after the other.
But methodical in terms of how they did it.
Really well structured, yeah.
Eric Larson, come on in here because you've been covering this as well. You listened to the lawyers make their case over the last few months. Talk to me about what the president's lawyers argued and then what they're going to do moving forward from here. I mean, is this it, or is there an appeals process?
Well, they can certainly appeal to, they said they will appeal today to the Supreme Court, or potentially they could seek an en banc review from a larger panel of judges at this same appeals court, but they also likely will just go straight to the Supreme Court. But in criminal charges, and that if there was no threat of criminal charges for anything they do, then they can do their job more effectively. And all of those arguments were really struck down. And really what stood out the most from that hearing, though, were the questions that the judges asked, including one who asked Trump's lawyer, well, okay, so you can do anything you want as president. You order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate your political rival. No criminal charges. And, the lawyer was sort of evasive. He didn't want to answer that question directly and never really quite did. The implication being that, yes, even in that extreme scenario, there's just nothing that you could do.
All right, so go.
Because I have something that I love about this opinion, and that is that the judges, knowing Donald Trump, didn't give him like 90 days usual to appeal to the Supreme Court. They hemmed him in. They said by Monday, you have to appeal. You have to appeal this case to the Supreme Court, or the trial court has the go-ahead. And they also sort of eliminated, that would mean he couldn't go, in other words, there was no stay if he went to the full circuit of the, tried that thing, which probably wouldn't have worked anyway. So they said to him, you have to go to the Supreme Court within this short period of time. They're moving it along, which you don't usually see appellate courts do.
Critics might say they're rushing the former president. He has, we believe in this legal system. He has time to do this. Eric, is that a fair criticism, or what the three-judge panel did is within the rule of law?
Well, certainly Trump is known for trying to delay many of the cases that have been filed against him or brought against him, and including this case. One of the reasons that we're seeing this January 6th election case pushed out so far is because it has been delayed over and over again, whether it was for subpoenas for information or various motions during the cases that has drawn it out to this period.
On the part of
on the lower court, right, in this particular case. But we've already seen that it's had an impact because the March 4th trial that had been scheduled for a long time has been canceled and no new date has been set yet. And that kind of had to do with how long it took, I think, for this immunity ruling to come out. But for right now, there is no trial date yet here. I don't know what June thinks. When do you think it might actually
it
happen?
depends on if the Supreme Court takes the case, and I'm one of the people of
Can
the
they say
opinion.
no?
They can definitely say
yeah.
no. In fact, they may say no, because that's one reason why it's so important how this opinion was written by the three-judge panel, because if they look at it and they say this is so strong, this is exact, they might not. Of course, it only takes 4 to say we want to take it. And also they have Thursday they have the Trump case about the Colorado ballot. So I mean, how many Trump cases do they want to take? They may just want to steer clear of this, and then it would move fast to, if they say no, then it goes back to Judge Judkin, and she's said that she wants to move it along, so it could be, next month.
Next month for the actual trial to
It
take
could
place.
be, yeah.
Okay, so let's say
if they take it, that's a whole different story.
Well, let's say the Supreme Court does indeed take this. Is there any indication how the Supreme Court justices feel about this type of issue, June?
I think that even the conservatives on the court would not say that a president has absolute immunity for criminal acts that he commits while in office.
Is there a place in the Constitution they could point to that says that he would?
That's the whole problem with this, because I think the framers never envisioned a president trying to commit a coup d'etat. So, you're sort of outside the bounds, but I mean, I think that there are plenty of places in the Constitution that show that nobody, no one should be above the law, that there should be, separation of powers, equality between the branches, one branch, the president shouldn't be over the other branches with no way to sort of rein in his power.
But Eric, will the Supreme Court, trying not to appear political, because we know this is such an important issue, want to take it up so that they can kind of be the last word on it?
I actually kind of thought that they could avoid the politics by not taking up the case, because they could just let this stand without weighing in on it. And as June said, it was a very reasoned, well thought out decision, and they clearly took their time on it. So it's kind of an easy out for the Supreme Court if they want to just let that stand.
Right.
I mean, this was the same court that could have essentially upended the 2020 election by allowing those election fraud challenges to go forward, led by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
And that's why
they
Trump
said no
is
to
not
that.
happy with them. He always, he thought that those 3 justices that he nominated, those were his 3 justices, and he's found out time and time again that they're not his 3 justices. He's basically lost all these cases since he was president.
Is there, though, a chance, let's just cover all our bases, if that the Supreme Court does take it up, could we be, as a nation, at the ballot, at the polls, come November, and there's a court case underway about this?
Could be, yeah.
And not just any court case, but one accusing the former president of trying to overturn the last election while he's running in the next election.
But I think that the Supreme Court, if they took it, would do everything they could to speed up the process, to get it going. And we've seen with this Colorado case how fast they can move when they want to.
Well, let's say, June, they don't take the case, and instead it ends up going to a trial. Is there a chance that we could be at the ballot box come November and this trial would still be going on?
I don't think so, because I think that, as I said, the judge in this case, Judge Judkin, originally, as Eric said, had the March date. So when the new calendar came out for the court, she took it off that, but she can put it back on at any point, and the special counsel is going to want to move it fast. And I think that she wants to get this in, so I don't think it'll be November. I think it'll be done before then, but that's just supposition.
Especially, I was going to say, since we also have March 25th, the target date for starting the criminal case here in Manhattan over the hush money payments around the 2016 election, and in May 20th, the
Right.
records case in Florida.
The Manhattan DA has indicated he's willing to move. Manhattan DA has indicated he's willing to move that date. So I don't even consider that a firm date. I just take that off the calendar.
So help us here. We only have about 30 seconds. Eric, what's the next focal point or timeline that we are focused on in regards to this?
I just want to see how quickly Trump appeals to the Supreme Court or asks them to take up the case, and how quickly they either accept it or deny it. I mean, that's really the million-dollar question right there.
And he has until Monday. Same focal point for
Monday,
you?
yeah. Monday.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Big news, certainly, and something we're all watching. Bloomberg News U.S. legal reporter Eric Larson. Eric, thank you so much. Bloomberg News legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law Evenings on Bloomberg Radio at 10 p.m. Wall Street time. 6 p.m. I'm sorry. When did you move?
I moved. I know, and you didn't even notice. I come in here almost right after you.
If you've noticed, the news flow is a little heavy. 6 p.m. on Bloomberg Radio. Guys, we really appreciate it. All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on radio and TV. Right now, we've got a market, a bit of a mixed market, slightly higher on the Dow. Call it unchanged on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, Tim, just down about 0.3%.
Hey, let's get to world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. President Biden is making an appeal to Congress past the bipartisan border deal that includes foreign aid to Israel and Ukraine.
Bottom line is this bipartisan bill is a win for America because it makes important fixes to our broken immigration system. And it's the toughest, fairest law that's ever been proposed relative to the border.
Biden warned if Republicans fail to pass the bill, he'll make sure the country knows they sided with Donald Trump, who opposes the bill, instead of with the American people who are urging action along the border. A federal appeals panel in Washington has ruled against former President Trump and his legal team regarding the federal election interference case against him. Trump and his lawyers had argued that he was immune from facing criminal charges because he was president. But the panel, in a unanimous ruling, said he can face prosecution. Trump has been given until Monday to appeal. A Michigan jury is out with a verdict for Jennifer Crumbley, the mother of school shooter Ethan Crumbley. She faced 4 involuntary manslaughter charges for allowing her troubled son to own a gun. Each verdict had the same conclusion.
We find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you for
Crumbley was accused of failing to secure the gun and ammunition at home. Her husband now faces a separate trial. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 240 on Wall Street right now. We have got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ, both in the red right now. 10-year, 4.08%. 2-year right now, 4.40%. The world's biggest bond market bouncing back after a 2-day rout. S&P down 5, drop now of 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 20, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 54, a drop there of 0.3%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce to $20.36, up 0.5%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 1%, $73.54 for a barrel of WTI. Cannot ignore Palantir Technologies, a software and intelligence products company that says demand for its artificial intelligence products is driving sales. It also gave a higher than expected profit outlook for 2024. The stock is surging right now. Palantir now up by 30%. We've got more on Palantir coming up in just a moment with Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Eli Lilly has forecast 2024 sales ahead of Wall Street estimates as the company rolls out Zepbound, its weight loss shot that is widely expected to become the best-selling drug of all time. Lilly down now by 1.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. As Charlie mentioned, Palantir, I mean, we are definitely taking a look at that one. We're actually digging into various sides of AI over the next couple of hours, but we do want to talk about Palantir. Their shares are soaring, and a big reason why, Tim, is artificial intelligence. Again.
Yeah, Palantir said that demand for its AI products was driving sales. It gave a higher than expected profit outlook for 2024. The company's shares are at their highs of the day, up 30% right now, their highest in more than 2 years and up the most in about 3.5 years.
And check out what Alex Carr, Palantir's CEO, said. And here's a quote, folks. "Our commercial business is exploding in a way we don't know how to handle. We don't know what to do with the onslaught of demand. It's a tough problem to have." And I would say maybe a good problem to have.
Investors are certainly liking what they're hearing and what they're seeing. Joining us now is Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Industry Analyst. He joins us here in the Bloomberg studio. Mandeep, good to have you with us. Palantir, we should note that, it's still off of its highs from a few years ago after it went public. But this is absolutely the best day that it's had in years. What worked so well for Palantir in its most recent quarter?
Yeah, I mean, look, he called out the commercial segment and they can't handle enough demand. So clearly it's a big acceleration. But to my mind, when something changes like this in 90 days, when the last time they had earnings, they didn't call that out, that always tells you, we know AI has been a big tailwind for all these companies, but that was the case 90 days before as well. So it just puts into question, the reason for this kind of, enthusiasm and, suddenly demand coming out of nowhere.
You're skeptical.
I am, because look at the history of this stock. It's traded at these high valuations, but it never had the growth to support it. And then, valuations fell off. Now they did have a great print last night. So the stock should be up. But when, the CEO calls out demand like that, it puts into question, we don't know the details. Do they really have their own large language model? What kind of generative AI exposure they have?
Go back there. First of all, they've got a PE of 235, and they've got a forward-looking PE of almost 68. Go back for a step. What exactly do these guys do?
Yeah, so they made a name for themselves in the defense vertical. They are used heavily by the government agencies for all kinds of intelligence and warfare. Even with the Middle East conflict, their software is being actively used. And what they're really good at is visualizing geospatial data. What I mean by that is, you've got all this location data that you can mine and use a software to make sense out of it.
Right.
Now, they're trying to apply AI on that visualization software. In concept, it makes sense. But we know the nuts and bolts of this is the way Microsoft is doing it with OpenAI, or Google is doing it with their large language model, or Meta is doing it. Even though they kept using the term generative AI, there wasn't any mention of, are they building their own large language model? how are they going about doing that? And yeah.
But the government segment is not what has investors excited. What has investors excited is the commercial segment, which in 2023 accounted for about 45% of overall revenue. So it's the smaller segment, but is it the one that investors are more bullish on? And what exactly are they doing for Fortune 500 companies? Like, why do they need this intelligence?
Yeah, so, I mean, look, there's always a crossover from, software that's being used by governments to some enterprises that may want to use. And in this case, defense and healthcare are companies that could use similar, they call it ontology software. So basically, it's visualizing different aspects of your supply chain or fraud detection, those kind of use cases. But that's not generative AI or large language models. Again, the distinction here is for large language models, which is the new thing over the last 12 months.
We're going to talk about it later in our show.
It's not the same. AI or, software was being used before. I think it's the generative part that is not clear how they are doing it, what all data they are using. They certainly have some proprietary data. But does that fall in that large language model bucket where you need, thousands of GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs to train and do inferencing and training? There are certain steps to deploying generative AI. We didn't hear those kind of details.
Well, you sound like that there's more questions than answers that we got off of this earnings release, if you will. Even though they are their first time as a profitable company, but even so, it sounds like what we got from them just generated more questions for you.
Because the growth has been on and off. This is a stock that gets a lot of retail interest.
Yeah.
It used to be a meme stock at one point, and there is history. People get excited whenever they see growth accelerate. Everyone gets excited. And look, this is a much smaller company than your Microsoft or any other large software company. So there is a growth runway. If they can sustain that above 25% growth, the multiple will be higher than where they were. And that's why the re-rating happened today.
Okay, I'm going through the supply chain function, Carol's favorite function on the terminal. One of my favorites, too, I should say. If you take out governments, you have companies such as 3M, Boxed, Canadian Pacific, Kansas City, Hyundai, HCA Healthcare. What are these companies finding from their use of Palantir software? Like, what intelligence are they able to get that gives them an upper hand?
Yeah, so in most of the companies that you mentioned, supply chain is the common use case where if you want to visualize your supply chain and your risk exposure around the supply chain, you can do it with a software like Palantir. Again, they have a great visualization software, but that doesn't mean it's got that generative AI element like ChatGPT where you can ask it any question. And they talked about, developing a similar UI, but we know how ChatGPT was trained and what kind of infrastructure it required. Palantir isn't a cloud company. It doesn't have that kind of cloud infrastructure that Microsoft offers or what Google offers. So there are some unanswered questions around how they are training their large language model.
I was just going to say, they're only going to be as good as the data they get, but they don't have the access like an Alphabet or Microsoft has. Is that fair?
They have their unique data around, the defense use case or the supply chain use case. So they certainly have some proprietary data, but that belongs to the customers. Remember, Palantir is a company with less than 500 customers. So it's very concentrated.
I think about with this company, and just because we're kind of fascinated, as you said, it had that meme stock, kind of being enamored with in the past. Having said that, who do they compete with? Who's their competitor? Who can do what Palantir does that maybe someone would say, I don't really need to do it at Palantir, I can do it here?
Yeah, so at the enterprise level, Snowflake is the closest competitor. They specialize in data warehousing and aggregating data and then visualizing it for enterprise use, for supply chain use cases. Databricks is a private company that is actually using generative AI for this kind of work. So there are, and then you've got Microsoft and, the traditional software companies that also play in this domain.
Would governments use those competitors, or does Palantir, Mandeep, have a competitive advantage because it's built up this relationships with governments?
I mean, the bulk of Palantir's business is governments. Yes, they are diversifying and they got some traction with the pilots they did for commercial customers, but clearly Palantir does have an advantage. But I would say even Snowflake has a government business. So it's not as if there is exclusivity here.
I know he's not allowed to do price targets, but, do you think today's move is warranted?
Well, it was a re-rating because everyone now expects Palantir to grow over 20%. prior to this, growth expectations were mid-teens growth. Now suddenly, so the estimates would go up and the bar would be higher for next earnings.
We're squeezing a lot in. 15 seconds. Alex Karp's on the phone. He says, Mandeep, what do you want to ask me? What do you ask him real quickly?
Tell me your large language model training and inferencing strategy, not just generative AI. How are you training the model? How are you using it for inferencing?
All right, great stuff. Mandeep, thank you so much. As always, Mandeep Singh, he is our senior tech industry analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in studio. Palantir shares holding at their highs, up about 30%. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio. Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. JP Morgan Chase plans to open more than 500 new branches and hire 3,500 workers over the next 3 years, expanding into additional markets that include low-income and rural communities, as well as locations aimed at the rich. JP Morgan Chase shares, they are lower right now, little change, but down 0.2%. Hertz Global Holdings missed analyst estimates in the fourth quarter as it sold down its fleet of Tesla EVs, citing high repair costs and a drop in residual value. The decline follows the company's decision to offload 20,000 EVs. Tesla shares are up right now by 1.8%, but Hertz Global Holdings, that stock surging now by 8.3%. BP shares are rallying after fourth quarter profit beat estimates, and analysts welcome the oil majors' plan to buy back 1.75 billion of shares each quarter in the first half of the year. Now, Morgan Stanley calls the announcement, quote, an important signal of confidence. BP shares, the ADRs, they're up now by 5.8%. Among other oil majors, ExxonMobil up 0.7%, Chevron up by 0.3%. All of this as the price of crude advances today by 1.1%. UBS is going to be buying back up to $1 billion in shares this year as the bank seeks to keep investors focused on the upside of its complex integration of Credit Suisse. Shares of UBS, they are down by just about 5.5%. And DocuSign cutting about 6% of its workforce, the latest in a long line of tech companies scaling back to reduce costs. DocuSign down now by 2.8%. And those are some of the top company stories that we're following for you at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Carol Masser. Let's head to Washington, D.C. now for a check of the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Washington, D.C. and Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 991 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Admitting that the Senate border package is all but dead, President Biden says it's Donald Trump's fault. Biden says Trump pressured members of his party to reject it to gain a political advantage in November. But Biden says he'll also make it a campaign issue.
Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends. It's time for Republicans in the Congress to show a little courage, to show a little spine, to make it clear to the American people that you work for them, not for anyone else.
The $118 billion legislative package would expand deportation flights, hire additional Immigration and Border Patrol officers, and create a faster process for deportation of those entering the country illegally without legitimate asylum claims. It would also fund new drug screening equipment for deployment at the border. Over 300 mudslides have been reported in Los Angeles County following heavy rains from the second of two back-to-back atmospheric river storm systems. Andrea Holstein was among those affected.
My husband opened our front door and the mud started coming in the house, and then he couldn't shove it all the way closed.
Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency in 8 counties, including Los Angeles County. At least 3 people have died. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stenivek live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Hey, one more thing this hour. Taylor Swift demanding that a 21-year-old stop tracking her private jet, or at least her lawyers are demanding.
Do you know why I pitched this story to you?
I know you were
It
like,
combines two of our favorite things. Your favorite thing, Taylor Swift. My favorite thing, airplanes.
We are living in her world, everybody.
It doesn't get much better than that.
No, so let's get to it. The pop star's lawyers claim puts her safety at risk even as her globetrotting is raising issues about carbon emissions. So her lawyers have threatened legal action against a 21-year-old college student who tracks Taylor Swift's jet use and that of other rich and famous people. So it's not just Taylor. This 21-year-old Jack Sweeney, who's a student at the University of Central Florida, uses publicly available data from the FAA.
Yeah, he attends the University of Central Florida, as you mentioned, and he's also tracked politicians, celebrities, billionaires, Russian oligarchs, and other public figures. You might remember over the last year and a half or so, he made a lot of news because he got kicked off of Twitter, back when it was called Twitter, by Elon Musk because he was tracking Musk's private jet. And it created this whole issue because Musk had said, you know, when he
Getting
bought
under
the platform.
the collar of people, huh?
He said when he got on the platform, he's like, I'm going to show you just how independent I am. The guy who tracks my private jet is going to be allowed to stay on. Well, ultimately he wasn't. And it's not just Elon Musk who it drives crazy.
All right, so this is what he is pointing out when it comes to Taylor Swift. She topped the list of biggest carbon dioxide polluters in 2022, emitting almost 8,300 tons, or about 1,100 times more than the average person emits annually, according to a study by digital sustainability consultancy Yard. And, you know, this is a big week because she's getting ready. She's supposed to have shows in Tokyo on her tour and then going to be expected to be in Vegas for the Super Bowl for her boyfriend, of course, playing for Kansas City. The route, which would include traveling 19,400 miles. One of her jets could release more than 100 additional tons of carbon dioxide, according to the AP.
Hey, I do want to just bring us a headline, Carol. In
Yeah.
the last few minutes, it's crossing. Chile's former president, Pinera, has died in a helicopter crash just crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
All right, breaking news. We will continue to follow it. Folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg. Studio. We are, as you know, watching the markets, kind of bouncing around on the equity side of things. We're definitely off our best levels of the session, but it does feel like a little bit of a breather after we've been obsessing over everything Jay Powell has said, but we continue to track day-to-day Fed speak and economic
Listen,
points.
Carol, it's okay to have a breather. We're up 3.7%
It is.
just this year on the S&P 500, 3.8 on the NASDAQ. Just this month, up 2%, and it's only February 6th.
Yeah, it's early still in the going. All right, folks, coming up in the next couple of hours, we're all agog again on AI, looking at it through a few angles over the next few hours. We talked about Palantir, the share skyrocketing after its first annual profit and citing in a big way AI demand. So coming up this hour, we're going to get into some of the chips behind the AI wave and the outlook for the overall semi-sector, Tim.
Yeah, and later on, we've got the AI playbook, Mastering the Rare Art of Machine Learning Development, in case you're looking to figure out how to do
We
that.
were just talking about this with Mandeep.
Yeah.
Like machine learning and just trying to understand the Palantir story. Plus, one of the world's biggest owners of commercial property finds itself in the center of a global real estate shakeout.
We also got earnings after the close. Ford, MicroStrategy, Gilead Sciences, Sonos, Chipotle. The list continues to go on as we get through the S&P 500.
And got to say, as we try to figure our way forward in terms of the U.S. economy, what the Fed may do, small business, so important to the U.S. economy. We're going to check in with the founder and owner of Farm Girl Flour. She is back with us. Christina Stembel has built this business into a $30 million business, but I'm curious what she is seeing. I wonder if she thinks about Jay Powell at all, so we'll find out in just a moment.
Hey, first up, let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Things coming up roses for Palantir, an AI stock we were just talking about right now. We have got Palantir up 31%. If you're talking AI, got to be mentioning NVIDIA. That stock, though, today trading lower by 1.7%. Stocks trading mixed overall right now with the S&P up 3, gain there of about 0.1%. We've got the Dow up 60 right now, higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ in the red. NASDAQ does remain lower by 15 points, down now by 0.1%. 10-year 4.09% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.40%. Gold up $11 the ounce to 2036, up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 73.59 a barrel. Recent data showing a resilient economy has prompted traders to tap the brakes on the timing and magnitude of rate cuts in 2024. Laura Rame is chief economist at FS Investments.
Given that we were at 5% as recently as October, I think there's room to have even more of a reassessment. I think this idea that we're sort of, just pushing rate cuts out month by month by month, to me, begs the question of how we're really stepping back and reevaluating as investors the impact of a higher yield world.
And again, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. And again, repeating a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service, former Chilean President Sebastián Pinera died in a helicopter crash, according to several local media outlets. Those outlets say at least 3 other people on board the same helicopter survived with injuries. Recapping, S&P up 3, a gain there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, small businesses, the backbone of the U.S. economy. Government data shows that these companies account for 2 of every 3 jobs that have been added in the past 25 years.
Yeah, it's important. And the most recent reading, I should say, on the small business community, it found that U.S. small business optimism ticked up to a 5-month high in December, largely reflecting less pessimism around sales, earnings trends, and economic expectations. That reading just about 1 month ago. We're going to get another read on U.S. small business optimism about 1 week from today, but we actually are going to get one in just about 5 seconds.
That's because our next guest is a member of that all-important engine of the U.S. economy. Very pleased to have back with us Christina Stemble. She's founder of Farm Girl Flowers. It's a business that, if you're a listener or viewer of the program, you certainly know it well. It's also a business that she bootstrapped some 12 years ago and has built into a $30 million business. She's joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Christina, welcome back to New York.
Thanks for having me. I love talking about business, the business of flowers.
Well, how is
the
business of flowers? How is your world right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're gearing up for Valentine's Day, which is always a lot of pressure. It's the second largest holiday of the year for us, so there's a lot of anticipation.
Remind us what percentage of your revenue comes from just Valentine's Day.
It's lower than you think. It's about 15%, but Mother's Day goes up to about 20%.
Okay, so
20,
that's
25.
35% of all of your revenue
Yes.
from 2 different days.
Yes, in 2 weeks, basically, of the year.
Are those the 2 biggest holidays?
Yes,
No doubt.
absolutely.
All right, so, okay, a favor, like back out the holiday stuff, because, right, there's expectations around that. But in general, when you look at the U.S. consumer, how have they been ordering just kind of on every other day or just normal days, if you will?
Normal days are down. I wish I had the optimism that the reports are showing right now. And that, I think I'm optimistic about next year. So I think maybe that's where some of it's coming from. Like, after COVID, post-COVID, I think that there's been so much change constantly on where are we going to settle out. And I think the economy right now, we're in a gifting market, so the gifting holidays are especially important for us. We have to do really well in those gifting holidays because the everyday consumer isn't consuming as much. They aren't sending as many gifts since we're in the gifting space.
When did you notice this change?
2021. We've been going since 2021 on this. So, we were
So
double
been
the size.
declining since 2021?
Yes, we have, but intentionally. So we could still.
What does that mean intentionally?
Intentionally, we're focusing. I'm really excited to see the market change a bit from growth at all costs. All small businesses, startups, everything. Bay Area was all about growth at all costs. Just have those top line revenue numbers grow exceedingly fast. And now we're focused on profitability. So, and I feel like everybody's kind of changed their ways a little bit since we're bootstrapped.
What is it?
like you
Wait,
said.
what is it that Zuckerberg says? The year of efficiency?
Yeah,
That was last year.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's carrying over.
It's bleeding into this, definitely. With layoffs, you see still happening, at a pretty rapid rate. People are, you have to be efficient. You have to run very efficiently to make any profit this year.
Remind us about your staffing and your supply chain. Like, give us an idea of what that picture is.
Our supply chain has changed 4 times since 2020. So we are constantly changing it to adapt with what the market demands are. And supply chain availability is. So 2020, we had a boom. We were over 60 million in 2020.
I sent flowers during the
Yes,
pandemic to people. Yeah. I mean, we all probably did.
And people
What
had
else were you
expendable
gonna
income.
do?
I know.
You couldn't.
You're like,
I zoomed and
I
sent
baked
flowers.
my bread.
Zoomed,
my bread.
baked bread, drank wine, and sent flowers.
Wine, sourdough, and flowers. It was kind of that was the year, right? So I think, there was that, but supply chain was really hard. So then you have to shift and go closer to the flowers. We were buying a lot more in North America at that time. Now we still are buying more in North America, closer to home.
Was that because planes weren't coming?
Yes.
So
Yes.
they're not. These are not planes that are exclusively filled with flowers. These are planes that sometimes have people on them.
Yes.
And it's hard to ship this stuff if those planes aren't flying.
Absolutely. So unless you're going to charter a plane from Europe, when there weren't as many planes going in 2020, you would have to figure out other ways to get flowers, to you. So we were literally in box trucks picking up flowers that time, and then, things have shifted. Supply chain's gotten better, but everything's gotten more expensive. So then you're also, outbound transportation, went from about 26% of our revenue to 41%
That's
overnight.
when gas prices spiked.
Really just, I would, I guess, I don't know if I should say this, but I think it's also linked to stock prices for those companies in 2020. If you look at those for UPS,
Well, go there because I've had conversations with some publicly held companies as well, and just talking about prices, like why are they still so high? And smart people scratching their head and just wondering whether folks are keeping prices high because they can.
I think that things have gotten more expensive. Labor is a lot more expensive. So, I know that personally with our company, so I can imagine at the transportation companies it's the same.
Yeah.
When you're paying a lot more than you were a couple of years ago, where, wages have inflated much quicker than they did in previous, decades. So, that has to be reflected. And I think, American consumers have been taught by certain large companies that shipping should be free, but it's not free. And that
good point.
Good has to pass a lot of people's hands and a lot of trucks and a lot of planes and a lot of gas. And
Especially if you're shipping something that's perishable.
Absolutely.
And